it, or we try to badger somebody into getting a hearing aid or insult them into getting a hearing aid, and that doesn't work. What does work is when we can recognize the normal and natural trepidation and fear surrounding the situation. In this case, for the woman, it was literally the fear of losing her husband while he was still alive. For him, I didn't talk to him, but I can only imagine that he's probably feeling some loss of perhaps his power or his masculinity, things that are very hard as we age. But once we recognize that fear, then naturally it tends to dissipate and we can set it aside, and in its place we're able to move ourselves into a real heart-loving connection and have a great conversation with this person about a very touchy topic. And in that way, when we can recognize the fear and move ourselves to a loving place, we're able to experience creating a relationship fulfilled just one conversation at a time.
Wasn't that fascinating? Thank you, Paige. That's really amazing. But that's a lot of ground to cover, and we'll talk more about relationships fulfilled when we come back.
California is earthquake country. We're all in this together.
Moving is so much of who we are. It's easy to take it for granted. Multiple sclerosis stops people from moving. We exist to make sure it doesn't. Join the movement, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, at nationalmssociety.org.
Hello, I'm Dr. Scott Kaiser, board-certified family physician and geriatric medicine specialist. Welcome to The Empowered Patient. Today we have a very special guest. We have Carolyn Black with us, who has had a lot of experience in taking charge of her health. She's used the booklet Talking with Your Doctor to make the most out of her healthcare encounters. Hi, Carolyn. How are you?
Hello, doctor. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
So you used this booklet and you made photocopies. So you have a blank sheet, a blank version of each worksheet to bring to you with each visit.
I did.
And you found this extremely helpful.
I liked it so much because usually when I get to the doctor, he says, well, how are you? And I'll say, I don't know. But I looked in this book and it has a page, a worksheet, where I could write down all of my most important problems that I was having, so that when I got to see you, I'd say, you know, my knee's really been bothering me a lot, and I don't really know what to do. And also, I've been having some breathing problems, and I wrote all these things down so that when I get to see you, I won't forget.
So you were going to the doctor, and you would have a lot on your mind, and you wouldn't necessarily get to the things that you wanted to discuss. So having this list helped you keep everything organized so that you could get more out of your visit.
Absolutely. It's really been a big help every time I've gone to the doctor, which I've used it twice so far, and it's really good.
It sounds like the doctor was always busy and in a hurry, and with that, you couldn't get to the things you wanted to talk about.
And he'd come in and he'd start and he'd say, just a minute, I have to answer the phone. And then I'd forget about what I was talking to him about. And then he'd come back in and he'd say, what were you saying? And I'd say, oh, I forgot. Geez. And he said, then just a minute. Then the nurse would knock at the door and he said, excuse me. And he'd run out again. And I'd forgotten by the time he came.
All too common a story these days. That's a common scenario where the doctor's distracted and called out of the room and pulled in a million different directions. And from my point of view, I mean, that's a terrible thing. And I think it's important to try and get your healthcare provider on task and focus on the the task at hand. And using this list, I think you might be able to help them do that.
This is just for me.
That is just
For you. And that's what I like about talking with your doctor. It has this worksheet where it can be detailed for me, just for me and the doctor. We can talk together.
So you use this booklet, and you made copies of these sheets so that for each visit, you can bring the information and take the new notes.
Absolutely. And I can write down what he tells me. And usually when I get home, I'll say, what did he say? And then I'll say, oh, I looked in the book. I wrote it down. He said, Carol, you can really have to walk more. And I love walking. And he said, you have to exercise more. And he said, you have to eat right. So I wrote all these things down. And I look at the book often when I get home. And it's really been a big help.
So here on your list of medications you were going through, you have the name of the drug, what it's for, its indication, what it's for, when it was started, who prescribed it, what it looks like, the dose, and the particular instructions. And you can always be updating this list then and making any necessary changes.
So I write down the medications that I'm taking. I'm taking medication for my cholesterol, and that's really important. So I write them. They say, what is the medication? And I have to look in my purse and get the name of the drug, write it down, what it's for, and the date that I started it, which is very good because the doctor said, how long have you been taking this? And I don't remember. And one time I took this drug and it made me sick. And I called the doctor and I said, you know, I had it written down here and you gave me this medicine and I just cannot take it. So he said, what is it? And I referred it back to him. He said, oh yes. He said, we can change that. And he said, it's a good thing you've got it written down here.
These days, more and more of us are on more and more medications. It's not uncommon for a senior to be on multiple medications.
I'm on a lot.
Yeah.
But I want to stay well. And this talking with your doctor and writing everything down really helps me stay well because I plan to live to be 125. And I'm only
125.
125. Now I'm only 87 and a half.
87 and a half years
I'm
young.
almost there. I'm almost there. And maybe I'll go past there.
Why not?
Just never know.
So then as you take this list around, as you go to different doctors, each doctor might add a different medication. Before you know it, you could be on 20 medicines. So you really need somebody to oversee this list and look and say, well, what's really necessary? What perhaps could we even take off so that you're on the medications you actually need?
I found it really helpful. Especially the one good thing is talking with your doctor is free. And that's not another expense that I have to go and buy another book. But this is helpful, and it's free.
Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you
Always
for seeing
a
me,
pleasure.
Doctor. Nice to see you.
Nice seeing you.
I am taking charge of my health.
Well, continuing our conversation with Dr. Paige Marr, I want to get an idea from you on the topics that you need to cover under this sort of overall umbrella topic, fulfilling relationships fulfilled. Can you give us a hint of what's coming?
Yes, I can. So the larger topic is relationships fulfilled one conversation at a time. And the reason it's even one conversation at a time, which will come out in the segments, is that our relationships actually are created one conversation at a time. If you think about it, most of what we do to create a relationship is communicate.
Right.
One at a time can make it or break it, so that's where we get that. So we're going to, in the segments, we're going to talk about everything from estrangement,
Yes.
somebody who hasn't seen his son in 3 years, to how to fire up an old relationship.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
But does it get harder with age when there has been a break in a relationship or a change in a relationship to take those sort of positive steps to correct the problem?
I'm not sure it gets harder with age. I think what happens, because it's hard when we're younger too if we
Right,
don't.
right. That's the truth. And a lot of trouble develops out of this difficulty.
Younger, but I think what happens is that we care more about our relationships
Yes.
as we age, so we're more aware that we don't know how to do it. Actually, one of the biggest tricks and one of the things we talk about in workshops is how do you start a difficult conversation. That's it. In the segments we're going to actually talk about that also, is how do you get into a subject that's difficult to talk about, like how do you talk to your parents about moving out of the house?
Oh.
So starting the conversation
Right.
makes a big difference.
Oh,
I
and,
think.
and for seniors, there are a host of those.
Yes.
How do you tell Dad it's time for you to not drive anymore?
Yes.
That's a
We're
good one.
gonna talk about the keys.
Oh, good, because that is a difficult topic.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not sure anybody's an expert. I do have a question. There's this term called emotional baggage, where you have carried so much experience, some of it negative, into or carrying it forward in a relationship. How do you cut that off? You know, sort of start fresh.
It's a really good question and a really good image. How do we cut it off? I would say, well, the first thing we do is we don't cut anything off.
Oh, yeah, well, no,
We
but
try not to do that. But no, it's a really good question. Emotional baggage in itself is, I would say, fraught with fear.
yes,
If you look at the thread that runs through the baggage, there's a lot of fear. And what we learn is that first of all, you can't not be afraid. You can't not have your history. But if you're aware of, and research shows this, if you can become aware of the fact that, oh my gosh, my trepidation about having a conflictual conversation, like I don't know how to have a conflicted conversation, and that's ruining the current relationship, the research shows that if I can just say, oh no, wait a minute, I'm having a fear reaction, neurobiologically, the fear reaction actually starts to come down. And when the fear reaction comes down, what comes back online is what we call our social engagement system, which is all the part of us that's wired for empathy, to look at somebody,
yes.
to connect lovingly. So we don't need to get rid of our baggage. We just need some skills and knowledge so that we can transcend it a bit and connect with who is with us in the moment.
Is this the kind of thing where people can call on your professional expertise to maybe facilitate a difficult conversation?
Absolutely.
Say, you know, I understand you all are having issues and you have different viewpoints about a central topic, for example,
Yes.
impending death.
Yes.
Oh, that can blow families apart.
Yeah, it can. It can. Interestingly, in addition to facilitating people who are actually talking, I've had really good results talking to just one.
Just one one party?
Yeah,
See, wow.
Yeah, you could even say it takes one to have a great relationship. Now, over time, it does take more than one, but it only takes one to get it started in the right direction. And you'd be surprised if people know how to move from this difficult area where there's a lot of trepidation and anxiety and resentment and crankiness and
Yeah.
all of that. all of that.
I know all of those.
Yeah, all of the baggage. But if you get one person to be able to see through that and to know how to make the shift into a more caring, loving place, which is not actually that difficult, they can start the conversation and maintain it in a way that the other people just follow much of the time. So it doesn't always take working with two, sometimes just one.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good advice, which I'm taking personally right now. What about systems are your
Yeah.
thing? So can we develop a system where your concerns and my concerns are integrated into service delivery, if you will? What we have here are relationship problems.
Yes.
And it's
Yes.
not all from the outside. I can really see this being helpful because there are often animosities within the senior community,
Yeah.
one person to another.
Yeah. Where I would take that, where I would start it, first of all, the people who are in a system are the experts on their system.
Right.
They're the
Yes.
ones who know all the details, all the baggage, what's really trying to happen. What people don't often look at, and this is actually something I was talking about with a group in Santa Monica, the commissioners on
Oh,
aging,
yes, Commissioner, right,
where
right.
we look at if we bring to the forefront the fundamental question of how do I make people feel safe enough to communicate openly and honestly when we're in a context where we're dealing with situations, aging,
Yes.
the losses of aging, that is inherently scary. So a lot of it comes from just putting the right question forward. How do I shift this from people being not safe to safe?
I keep thinking of my experience as a counselor at camp when I was very much older. And I finally boiled it down with these kids who were at the Y camp. Look, there are 4 things that'll help you.
Yeah.
Say please, thank you, excuse me, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like,
Yeah.
isn't it that simple? We learned that in kindergarten.
It is. Now, I actually have one of the things I do teach is a 6-step process. I won't go over the whole 6 steps right now, but there is a 6-step process that each of us can use individually to shift us from a state where we can't really connect well to where we can be centered and grounded, not just caringly, but so our head is working well.
Right. Well, we'll look forward to that explanation. Remember that, a 6-step process. It's been wonderful visiting with you. Thank you, and welcome to the Aging Family.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you again next time on Aging Well in L.A.
Después de que ocurre un desastre, tal vez no le sea posible confiar en lo que ya conoce de su hogar. Tal vez tampoco pueda confiar en su perro Lazarillo. Lazarillo podría estar lesionado, atemorizado, confundido, nervioso o desorientado. Esté preparado para calmar a su perro y mantenerlo apartado y atado con la correa o arnés. Si usa bastón, recuerde tenerlo a la mano para que le ayude a lidiar con situaciones peligrosas y con obstáculos. Mantenga uno cerca de su cama y de todas las salidas, así como también una correa extra para el perro. Asegúrese de que su perro tenga el microchip y de que su licencia y placa de identificación tengan información vigente. Los perros lazarillos pueden acompañarle a un albergue de emergencias. Así como usted necesita un kit de emergencia, necesita tener uno para su perro. Asegúrese de tener suficiente agua, alimentos, cualquier medicina que puedan requerir y un botiquín de primeros auxilios. Una colcha o tapete y un juguete favorito pueden ayudarlo a calmarlo también. Tenga listo el nombre y número de teléfono del veterinario en el kit. Es posible que le exijan el récord de vacunación. Solo usted sabe qué lo puede preparar y ayudar tanto a usted como a su familia en caso de un desastre. ¿Está usted preparado? Para mayor información, por favor, comuníquese con el Departamento de Discapacidad o el Departamento de Administración de Emergencias del Ayuntamiento de Los Ángeles al llamar a los números en pantalla o al 311.
G'day, Troy McCubbin from North Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, December 13th, 2011, here in John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. and want to thank members of the public who are here today with us, as well as our viewers on Channel 35, those who are watching us through the internet at lacity.org or on their telephones by calling City Phone at Council Phone, at 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. And finally, anybody who is out in Van Nuys or San Pedro at our City Council chambers, welcome to the meeting as well. Those chambers are always available for individuals to testify remotely from those places. Save yourself some time and avoid some traffic and pollution in the city of LA. We have right now 6 members of the council here in chambers. Council members Cardenas, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Zine, and myself. We are still awaiting council members Alarcon, Labange, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, and Wesson. If you'll please join us as soon as possible. As soon as we have 10 members, that will constitute a quorum of two-thirds of our 15-member body, which was down to 14 members with a vacancy in Council District 15. Once we have that two-thirds majority for a quorum, we will begin the business of our meeting today. Thank you. We have Ms. Perry in the room now as well, so we're up to 7 members, awaiting 3 more members. Mr. Labange, that takes us to 8, and still awaiting council members Alarcon, Reyes, Rosendahl, and Wesson. We have 46 items today. This is the last week before a 2-week recess from the City Council meetings. That's not a recess from City Council work, so our offices will be open except for holidays and available to serve the public for any of your constituent needs. But nevertheless, we will be taking up quite a few items this last week, and these meetings will be going long into both Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. We have Ms. Perry here and Mr. Reyes. With that, we are at 9 members, and just awaiting 1 more member. Council members Rosendahl, Wesson, and Alarcon will please join us. Thank you for your patience while we await those members. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Englander, Huizar, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, a quorum, Mr. President, and Mr. Wesson. 11 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. And Mr. Alarcon is here too. We do have 12 members. Let's go ahead. First order of business, please.
Approve the minutes.
All right. Mr. Labange moves and Mr. Krikorian seconds. Those will be approved. Next order of business.
Communitary resolutions for approval.
All right. Mr. Huizar moves and Mr. Koretz seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. If I can ask everybody in council chambers to please rise. On Tuesdays, we pledge allegiance to our flag and salute the flag. Ms. Perry, would you please lead us?
Please place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. We can run through today's agenda. Colleagues, any items you wish to call special? And for members of the public, we have items that have been divided into those which have already had public hearing and those for which public hearings have not yet been held. Any items that have already had a public hearing would require council members to reopen that for further comments to be made. But any item that has not yet had a public hearing will automatically be triggered by a card from the public. There are cards available here in Van Nuys and San Pedro for any members of the public to fill out, and will automatically be put into our meeting today. So with that, let's go through the first items, please.
Items 1 through 12 are Department of Building and Safety liens notice for public hearing.
Okay, do we have cards on any of these?
There are cards on 1, 6, and 11.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public. Close the other public hearings. Any specials, colleagues? 1 through 12 on the balance. Seeing none, let's take up the balance.
And also item number 3 is a card.
Number 3 we'll call special as well. Thank you. So we'll take up items 2, 4, and 5, 7 through 10, and 12. Please open the roll. So we have item 2, 4, and 5. Please take up the balance on items 1 through 12. Prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 13 through 25 are items for which public hearings have been held. There's a request to continue item 17 to January 4th, 2012, item 21 to December 16th, and item 25 to December 14th.
Okay, is there any objection to those continuations? If not, we'll continue those items. Special items, Mr. Rosendahl?
13.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl calls number 13 special.
14, 15, and 19.
Yes, Ms. Perry?
Special.
Okay, we'll take those special from Ms. Perry. Other specials, colleagues? Anybody wishing to reopen public hearing on any of those? If not, let's take up the balance, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 26 through 46 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration. Those requests to continue item 33 to January 13th, 2012.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll continue. We'll consider all of these first. Seeing no objection, that's before us. 33 will continue until that date. Specials, Mr. Rosendahl?
45.
Okay. Mr. Zine?
40.
Okay, Mr. Zine calls 40 special. Other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll.
Mr. President, there are cards on items 35, 37, 38, 40, and 44.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public. Close the public hearings on the rest. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead and take up the balance. Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those are approved.
Mr. President,
Yes,
18 forthwith, 26 and 27, please.
We'll be doing everything forthwith this week, so let's go ahead and send them all forthwith. But we'll do double forthwith for you, Mr. Labange. All right. That will take us to our general public comment, which is next. We have 2 minutes per speaker, and our first speaker is Daniel Gus. After that will be Bill Huey. Good morning.
Good morning. I wish I didn't have to be here today. The cowards up in Animal Services canceled their commission meeting today. You want to know why? Because they didn't want to deal with the 38 points of corruption of Commissioner Ruth Ann Secunda. So the dog breeding, the puppy mill, and the spay-neuter ordinance that was going to be addressed today with dozens of speakers is now pushed back a month because those cowards did not want to deal with corruption. Thank you, City Hall. Brenda Barnett's first year. Go see Ron KLA. He's talking about this report on Brenda Barnett's first year. You hired her to improve the killing. Killing is up 11%. You're killing kittens at 20%. I'll pass these out. Thank you very much for hiring a dog breeder to kill more animals instead of saving lives in the city of Los Angeles. Mr. Garcetti, he's a nice guy, but I reported animal cruelty in his district the other day. I documented it with piles of feces a few blocks from his office, debris trapping pit bull puppies in there. Animal Services went out. Did they take photos? No. They issued a notice, it was cleaned up, and they took photos on the second trip out there. When Brenda Barnett was hired, you reminded her, especially Mr. Alarcon reminded her, that she runs a law enforcement agency. What kind of a law enforcement agency has documented animal cruelty and doesn't take photos the first time, but takes photos the second time? Mr. Garcetti's office gives me snarky replies that we're on top of it, but it's a law enforcement agency. Why wasn't this documented? Now, when they start abusing the animals again, you have no evidence to prove the conditions the first time around. So we have corruption, we have an intransigent GM, we have a do-nothing commission, and we have Jim Bickard that sleeps in commission meetings and does nothing about it. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Gus. Our next speaker is Bill Huey. After that will be John Walsh.
Good morning, members of the LA City Council, Council President Garcetti.
Good morning.
My name is Bill Huey. I'm the president of the Fair Housing Coalition, fairhousingcoalition.com. Everyone knows about the big scandal at the LA Housing Authority, all the money that's been wasted, all the corruption there. I have a solution that can really help the neediest people in LA, the poorest people in LA. The city should get out of the apartment business. The city owns a lot of property, and I've seen stories in the media where the city gets charged up to 5 times the going rate to fix these properties. Why not sell all the properties to private landlords who can do a more effective, cost-effective job of housing people, and at the same time, those millions of dollars that are saved, give it to poor people so they can have rent subsidies. Having a big bureaucracy that eats up a lot of money and spends a lot of money and wastes a lot of money does not help the needy. We have people, we are the homeless capital of America. We have people living on streets, under freeway over-ramps. No one should be homeless in LA. No one should be homeless in America. Let's give these people rent subsidies so that landlords who are in the business of providing affordable housing can provide housing for these people. All over LA, you have 8, 9 people living in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford to move out. You know, we're a city that welcomes the undocumented. Well, we've invited them here. We should have provisions so they have money for food and money to pay rent. We just can't leave them on the street. So I say get out of the housing business. I know the city acquired 1,100 units last year because many landlords were bankrupted due to REAP, which is unfairly practiced in LA. REAP is putting landlords out of business and creating more homelessness. Get out of the landlord business and let the private sector do it better. My name is Bill Huey, fairhousingcoalition.com. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. John Walsh is our next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Huey. After that, we'll go out to Van Nuys, and Sean Murphy will follow Mr. Walsh. Good morning.
Good morning. John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, Googling at Walsh Confidential. I was here last Friday. I mentioned we had a posting, and Friday I can show you our Alexa results, world rankings. We had 9,000 visitors on Friday after I announced our new posting. HollywoodHighlands.org, Jerry Schneiderman, who led the fight, a great developer, and he Hollywood Damage Control, and led the fight against Metrorail damage to Hollywood Boulevard, passed away last week. He's been interred at Sinai Memorial, and we're asking the City Council, either Mr. Garcetti or someone else up here, to recess this meeting or another meeting this week in honor of the great Jerry Schneiderman, who died at age 60 of complications from diabetes. There was a police shooting last week. It was not a random shooting. He shot at cars driven by white men. But this white man, who is linked in Pennsylvania to racist militias, and his gun will prove that, this white man shot a black man coming out of the bank 3 times in the head. Now, are you going to say the shooting, passing up a dozen white men and shooting a black man 3 times in the head in a car is a random shooting? It is a racist shooting. And because of the racist editor, Shelby Grad at the LA Times, there is no story about this racism. And I said here a couple of weeks ago, if you're black, you're not welcome in Hollywood. It's a racist area. On HACLA, HollywoodHighlands.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh, and thank you for alerting us about Jerry. We certainly will do an adjourning motion in his honor. Very sad to hear that news. Sean Murphy is our next speaker. He's in Van Nuys, and he'll be followed by Dr. Tom Williams back here in Council Chambers. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning, Good morning, Mr. President, City Council. This will be my last year at the City Council meeting. I will see you on the 3rd. Mr. Garcetti, you did a good job running the City Council. I admire you. Good luck to you. good luck to you running for mayor. I will support you. There's a few things I'd like to discuss. I want to wish my fans a happy Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and New Year's. Occupy LA needs to stop blocking the streets and stuff like that. I know how they feel, but they should not block the streets or sit down. They did it again. I wish they would quit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Dr. Tom Williams is our next speaker.
Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, also Northeast LA Coalition. We're looking at redistricting. It's a rather interesting subject. Conflicts between city and federal law. Here's an example. Districts 1, 2, 3, and 9 have 22 to 36% voting age population. 22 to 36. Wow. Whereas council districts 4, 5, 11, and 12 have 63 to 72% voting age population. They each get one vote in this city council. Why the disparity between the voters and the total population? Well, the city has a law, equal population. Well, the federal also has one person, one vote, but those presume a voting age. In the neighborhood councils, we're now required by a city clerk to have at least one person less than the age of 18. Is city council going to have that? I don't know. But there is a difference between some districts represent a lot of voters. Some districts represent half as many voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Pearman is our next speaker. She is in Van Nuys. Good morning, Ms. Pearman. Donna, you're up.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay. Hi. Yeah. I agree with Sean Murphy that these people shouldn't be blocking those people who need to do the work over in the corporations. These are part of the 99% of the people that you're talking about. People who just do delivering and people who want to go to work to do the clerical. You should be going after the CAOs, the large amount of people, but do it in a peaceful way and don't block anybody from coming on in. And that way you look like the good ones, and then people won't be saying that they don't like you. Then you get your point across. You're not getting your point across by blocking people and not allowing people to go to work. And I also want to talk about I'm not happy with the city council because pretty soon that they're going to be getting rid of the iridescent light bulbs, the light bulbs that we're all used to. So tired of the city council deciding what things that's not really in their jurisdiction, going after plastic bags and going after iridescent light bulbs. The ones that are soft light bulbs that are less, they're more better for the eyes, not these light bulbs that are as strong as the lights on the cars, and the ones with mercury. So, and the plastic bags, people still need to carry things around, like take out the trash and have these way they can carry things around. You shouldn't decide to get rid of that. And we need the sanitation needs to have the retiree health care. I'm tired of everybody taking away money from the workers and everybody hurting the workers, like the like CRA projects, taking away money from the pockets of the employees, and the Occupy LA going after them, hurting the middle class, the ones who's just trying to bring in a paycheck.
Thank you, Donna. Do we have any other public comment cards? Okay, I think that is our... Oh, wait. We have one more? Nope. Okay. That is our general public comment. We'll close that. If we can go to items that were called. Mr. Weezer.
We continue. We could reconsider number 9 and continue it to January 10th, please.
Yeah, let's open the roll on number 9 for reconsideration. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
Thank you. 12 ayes.
Okay, and sorry, that was till January 9th? you said?
January 10th.
January 10th. We'll continue at item 9 without objection, 2012. Okay? Let's go, because we might not keep 12 members for the whole meeting. Let's go to the ordinances first, and item 13 does require, since there's a substitute motion, another public hearing. Mr. Rosendahl? Oh, it hasn't been distributed. Okay, so we'll wait until that's been distributed before we move to that. Let's go in the meantime then to the other two ordinances. And Ms. Perry, did you want to take 14, 15, and 19 together?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take those up then together, Madam Clerk, and I'll recognize.
Do we have the city
Ms.
attorney here? Items 14, 15, and 19. Oh, thanks. Here he is. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Merkin. We're going to take 14, 15, and 19 together, so we'll just want to cut to the chase on one of the items that came in committee. Can you explain the key components of the proposed ordinances as they relate to removal procedures for the executive director?
Yes, Frederick Merkin, outside counsel, assisting the city attorney. Charter Amendment I, for the Office of Public Accountability, addressed the question of removal of the executive director, and it provided that the removal was to be in the same manner as the manner in which the city council could remove the chief of police. And that is provided for currently and has for a number of years in the city charter. And it requires essentially charging the chief of police with, by 2/3 vote of the city council, and following hearing, being able to remove the chief after that hearing by 2/3 vote. What you have before you is a similar type of removal procedure for the executive director as mandated by Charter Amendment I, requiring once again 2/3 votes to charge the executive director, a public hearing, and then 2/3 vote of the city council to remove. Charter Amendment I also required that any removal of the executive director be in accordance with ordinances, with an ordinance established by the council setting forth reasons for removal. And what we have presented in the ordinance before you is reasons that are derived from the policies of the personnel department for the discipline of the city's civil service employees. These are long-standing guidelines and policies.
Just for the public's education, the proposed ordinance calls for reasons for removal that are consistent with the personnel department's guide to disciplinary standards and policies. Just give a synopsis of what the reasons are that are contained in the guide so the public understands.
Yes, so for example, misconduct such as dishonesty, such as invidious discrimination, such as racial or gender-based discrimination, harassment, hazing, other forms of misconduct. And one difference from those guidelines is this: for the executive director, those guidelines already set a higher standard for supervisors in city government than for other employees. This particular ordinance gives even additional emphasis to that distinction for the executive director, because the executive director is a guardian of the public trust, is not supervised, and him or herself is actually an appointing authority in his or her own right in appointing and removing employees within the Office of Public Accountability. Taking all those considerations together, a higher standard of conduct is being expected of the executive director. So that is essentially the basic removal procedure. There is also a means by which the ordinance, as it now reads, would allow for being able temporarily to suspend the executive director pending hearing, pending investigation, I mean.
Yeah, I'd like for you to go into the suspension procedure and the process so that people understand the balance, because we discussed this in committee, and I had amended the suspension provision to include consultation with the general manager of the Department of Personnel, so that we require that the council president consults with the mayor and the general manager of the Department of Personnel, so that there is full input if that situation should arise.
Yes, well then, with that amendment, it would change it slightly, but basically the purpose of this particular provision was to deal with the contingency that there's a problem that has arisen, or at least an apparent problem, allegations at least of a serious nature are before the council president. And the question is what to do. Is it best to leave this person in his or her position as executive director, or to suspend on a temporary basis pending investigation? And the period of suspension cannot exceed 30 days. And in any event, there would have to be an immediate referral of the matter to the city council for either a validation, modification, or outright nullification of the suspension order. But before doing so, under the amendment in committee, you would have the council president required to consult the mayor, consult the general manager of the personnel department before making that decision. Also was written, and is this consistent with your amendment, I would hope, or I'm asking, if time allows, what if you cannot reach, for example, either the mayor or you cannot reach the general manager of personnel, and a decision has to be made right away, then there would have to be consultation immediately thereafter. So that's basically the last component.
Well, I can't imagine. I mean, the world is a big place, but we have every available option to us now. Skype, the BlackBerry. I mean, unless the person's unconscious, I can't imagine that we can't find someone. I can't even imagine a scenario unless somebody's physically incapable of finding one or the other in a situation like that. I think it's important to spread that decision-making tree out so that it is not concentrated in the hands of one body or one individual.
Well, I think that
because then we get into having to define what's soon thereafter.
Yeah.
I don't know that we want to get into that too.
Now, in terms of decision-making, the way it, as I understand it, reads now is the decisions with the council president after consultation. It's not a group decision. This is not a body that is formed to take collective action. This is an individual, the council president, making a decision after consulting one individual, the mayor, one officer of the city, and then consulting another officer.
So that's why I think it's important to include other input prior to making that decision. Otherwise, you create a situation where the ratepayer advocate basically will not be able to operate freely because there's only one person they have to worry about, and they don't have any, their movements are then restricted. And I don't think that that was the intention of what we wanted to do here.
Councilmember Perry, we have 6 minutes for the chair, which we offered you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask a few more questions to the city attorney, then I'll stop, and then I'll press my button because I have questions for the CAO that I need to put on the record. With respect to this ordinance,
Ms. Perry, can we do this? Because we already wowed over the 6 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
if we could
okay, I'll press
get you on the next round.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Our next speaker is Councilmember Labange.
Just a second. Mr. City Attorney, I had one little passion. I know I asked you about it, but am I out of place when I say I'd like this Inspector General, whoever he or she may be, to live in the city of Los Angeles? Am I out of place to request that?
We can't require it under the California Constitution.
But why are elected officials required that and not, why not?
Because I think that there's a difference. I have to look at the text of the measure, but I think there's a difference between a city officer, elected officer of the city, and employees. But there was a time back in the 1970s when this was required.
Right.
And it was upheld by the California Supreme Court in Ector versus City of Torrance.
Right.
And then thereafter, the California Constitution was amended by the people of the state of California to forbid this, with the exception that you could require an employee to live within a certain distance of the place of employment, a reasonable distance from the place of employment.
Okay.
So residency in the city cannot be required of a city employee.
You know why I'm pushing this? Because the more eyes and ears on the city of Los Angeles, the better the city is. And many, many, many city employees live in the city, and they're great neighbors and great people in communities. So if I got one, when they say one person makes a difference, I've just had an opportunity to make that little claim that it would be important, and just to hope that they would see that, because I can't tell how many times in the market or in the neighborhood someone will walk up to me, and talk to me right there, and that could only be multiplied by those in those very important positions that are coming. Thank you for your service. Can I ask you a technical question?
Sure.
You live in the city?
I do.
Good job. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Labange. Next in our speaker queue is Councilmember Perry.
Mr. CAO, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. I just got to pull my questions up. Would you identify yourself for the record?
Bill Koenig, CAO's office.
Okay, thank you. And then we rolled all these together, but we're actually on 19 on these questions. Now, the actual working budget for the OPA is established by this item for the remainder of the fiscal year. Now, can you describe for the public the amount of funding that you have sought for the OPA budget and how these funds will be expended?
Certainly. We anticipated the expenditures for the balance of the fiscal year would be comprised of salary expense and other expenses associated with a theoretical operation of this office. As there is no executive director, we've had to make a series of assumptions. We have included in this recommendation salary money and expense money for basic office operations for the remainder of the fiscal year. Currently, there are no funds available. This appropriation is in fact necessary for the office to become operational. Additionally, in this package is authorization to hire the executive director. A resolution of the council is proposed to provide that employment authority. And again, this is just for the balance of the fiscal year. A new budget package would be submitted for next fiscal year to reflect, we believe, the vision of the executive director once that person is selected. And it could be slightly different. We just don't know. This is basically the starting point.
Okay. Now, in order to implement this for this fiscal year, I just need clarification. You're going to ask for a reserve fund loan for this fiscal year?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the loan is to be repaid by the Department of Water and Power upon implementation of the OPA?
Correct. Once the expenditures begin for the OPA, those expenditures will be incorporated into the standard billing procedures that the city has with the proprietary departments. The Water and Power Department will reimburse the city for all costs associated with this. The vehicle to receive those funds would be our normal billing process.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. City Attorney, and then I'll just give you these questions and I run my time out again. If you would explain to the public the budget procedures that are contained in the ordinance and that they are consistent, whether or not they are consistent with Charter Amendment I and the minimum budget floor, explain the formula and the current amount that the DWP has to provide for the ratepayer advocate.
Yes, the budget ordinance before you conforms with what's required by Charter Amendment I because it sets the minimum budget for the Office of Public Accountability, which, as Council Member Perry was indicating, is by formula, which is 0.025% of the department's revenues in the prior fiscal year. And so before you is an ordinance that actually identifies that figure as $1,050,000. Now, when audited, financial statements are prepared for the department, and if they're higher in terms of the revenues, then we would adjust that, and the budget could be adjusted upwards for the Office of Public Accountability. The ordinance also provides that the actual details of the expenditures are to be done in the conventional city manner of budgetary resolution, which is adopted by the council and then goes to the mayor. And so that detail will be in the form of budget resolutions, which a draft of which was submitted by the CAO in the CAO's report. But the absolute minimum, as mentioned, is $1,050,000 for the fiscal year. And as Mr. Kane has explained, because we're in the middle of a fiscal year, we don't need that full amount for this particular fiscal year. And so a more realistic figure has been proposed at this point.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councilman Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Perry, for good work on this. And I'm glad, colleagues, we've been able to, first launched by Mr. Huizar and then everybody else piling in as well, get this through. I know there's been, for all of us, an impatience in terms of getting an executive director hired, but we're looking forward to the recommendation from the Citizens Committee, hopefully in January, and that we can have that in place, not only for our department, but for the people that they serve as well. A couple of things that I think this was very well put together, and thank you to the City Attorney for moving this forward, ensuring that we'll have some transparency and accountability to ensure that DWP is playing it straight with its customers. When we don't have money that's spent, this is going to be loaned, but if there's money that's not spent even this year, it returns to where?
The Department of Water and Power.
To the Water and Power Revenue Funds? Is that correct, Mr. CEO?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
We are requesting a reserve fund loan to fund the operation.
Correct.
Any monies that are not expended would automatically revert at the end of the year to the reserve fund.
So for this year, it would not be taken from the city's from the reserve fund, excuse me.
We are transferring from the reserve fund to the general fund. No, Water and Power will reimburse the city for costs.
Correct.
There will be, under the present proposal, there is no upfront money provided by Water and Power. They simply reimburse the city for the city's financed expenditures.
And why can't we do upfront money straight from DWP instead of...
We could, but at the present time, we don't really know what that amount would be.
Okay.
That is a possibility, but it would be a policy decision.
But they have a legal obligation to reimburse.
Yes, and they have been fully cooperative. In fact, I was just speaking with their budget representative an hour ago on this.
We just want to be very clear with that as well and to make sure that keeps coming. We want to keep that money, obviously, from the reserve fund back there as quickly as possible for those of us who want to continue to see a robust reserve fund. So these ordinances essentially are the necessary legislative framework for the ratepayer advocate. After this, just what is the legal authority for going and changing this? Should we look at anything that's in here and it's not the right, it's not the most effective procedure, or we want to change anything? Can we come back and revisit this and amend this?
At any time, the council can look at that, because it is the city's budget is financing the operations of the OPA, subject to reimbursement from Water and Power. It is the city's budget that dictates how those expenditures will occur and what type of expenditure. Should the executive director decide that they have a different vision or a different desire, a package we expect would be submitted to the council to reflect those changes, and if the council agrees to it, the budget would then be modified accordingly.
And the ordinance itself, too?
Correct. Well, the ordinance simply establishes the minimum amount each year.
Correct.
But how it is applied and what accounts, that is the typical budgetary process that can be subject to amendment.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your work. Thank you, Ms. Perry, as well, and look forward to taking this next step, and hopefully by next month having in place somebody that we can look at, especially as we examine proposed rate increases that are before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garcetti. Our next speaker is Councilman Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I just want to make sure for the record. Good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate your being here. Will the executive director have full control over his or her budget pursuant to Charter Amendment I upon their appointment to this position?
That is correct.
As one of my constituents. Pardon me?
If I could just add, it's the executive director proposes a budget to the council.
Of course.
The council will set the budget.
Yeah, we're obviously the ultimate decision makers.
Once it's adopted, that's quite correct. In terms of expending the funds,
Sure.
That's correct.
And one of my constituents, Chuck Ray, is going to speak on public comment. What duties will the other two positions perform?
Under the initial proposed budget, they would be staff assisting the executive director in reviewing the department's rate adjustments. That is what we anticipate, but however, once the executive director is appointed, that would be that executive director's choice as to how they would utilize any staff. We've made an assumption that there would be a small amount of staff, but we do not know what ultimately will materialize.
And obviously, as you know, it'll come back to us within
Absolutely.
the proper.
Everything would come back to the council.
Okay, is the $278,000 that has been set aside for the three positions in the OPA, including the executive director, what is the salary that the EERC set for the position of executive director?
The executive director's salary begins at $185,000.
Wow.
And at the top scale is $229,000.
How did we come up with 185 to 290?
I was not party to how the executive committee established that number. I could not answer that.
Do you have any comments on that salary figure?
No, not at all.
Is the $671,550 sufficient funding to start up the Office of Public Accountability and get them through the remainder of the fiscal year?
We anticipate that it would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Perry.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, I think that, quick question, one final question. The role that the CAO will play with respect to the OPA budget, either one of you, I guess, can answer that from a legal standpoint and from a practical standpoint.
Well, from a legal standpoint, the budget will be reviewed by the CAO. It's proposed by the executive director, then adopted by the council, and once adopted by the council, it's paid for by the Department of Water and Power.
Okay, so I can't stop that. Well, okay, thank you very much.
And as it is, Bill Koenig, CAO's office, as this proposal is in front of the council, in the CAO's role would only be providing support to this operation. The CAO would neither supervise nor oversee the work of the OPA. It would not include the OPA in the CAO's span of control. And the CAO would respond to inquiries from the executive director to provide advice on city procedures and processes. We have done this in the past for developmental operations in the city, and we believe we can assist the operation.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also share in committee Mr. John Murray, who is the head of the Citizen Selection Committee. And I have to say they've done an excellent job in moving this forward. They have stated that their goal is to select an executive director candidate by January the 13th, 2012. And I want to thank them in advance, and with all great hope that they do meet this goal. And upon selection of this executive director candidate, that individual will be sent to council and to the mayor for our consideration. So with that, I recommend that the ordinances move forward with the amended language with respect to the suspension provision that includes the council president consulting with the mayor and the general manager of personnel. And we reviewed this with the city attorney, and that seems to be most compatible within the confines of the Brown Act.
Correct. And am I correct that you also want to eliminate the draft provision that has a later consultation? Because the way it reads now is that there's to be consultation beforehand, but if urgent action is required, they're to consult as soon thereafter as possible. Do you want that changed?
Well, that was your language, not mine.
Well, no, that's how it reads.
Okay.
So I take it your motion is to change that as well.
I want to be very straightforward about it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So that is our recommendation out of committee, and I have no further comments or questions.
There are no other speakers on the queue. We can move for a vote.
So all I can say.
So we open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, that passes. Next, Madam Clerk.
Item 13, called special by Councilmember Rosendahl. A substitute ordinance is being circulated at this time.
Okay.
Coming back.
And also an amending motion 13A is also being circulated.
Okay, Councilman Rosendahl, ready to...
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask staff to come up on this, please, on 4215? This is item 13, and colleagues, as you know, the Venice Beach Ordinance goes through many stages over years, and it's always a challenge to understand First Amendment rights, among other things, as we go forward with it. But there's been no ordinance in place for quite a while, and the community and the other parts of the government that deal with it work very hard to put something together. The draft of 4215 is a clear statement of what is allowed and prohibited. It is a workable framework. Our city attorney staff, recreation and park staff, and the LAPD have put in many hours to create this draft. This framework will provide a safe boardwalk for folks to be able to truly express themselves. Right now, we have LA's most vulnerable homeless being taken advantage of, harassed, and assaulted without an ordinance in place. Folks have shared with me how they were beaten over spaces. Our LAPD can recite the high number of assaults that have and continue to occur on the boardwalk. This ordinance will work to keep all visitors and free expressionists safe. This draft has been publicly vetted and won support from the vast majority of free speech advocates, performers, residents, boardwalk visitors, business owners, as well as our own LAPD rec and park professionals who care deeply about the boardwalk, along with our Venice Neighborhood Council. I look forward, colleagues, to your support of this ordinance so that the Venice Beach Boardwalk can return to the days when we had artists, performers, and free expressionists sharing with the world their various talents and messages. And I'd like to ask our city staff to introduce themselves and give my colleagues an up-to-date of where we are right now.
Of course. Thank you, Councilman. Kevin Regan, Assistant General Manager with Recreation and Parks Department, and I have with me Valerie Flores, Deputy City Attorney, as well as Captain John Peters of the Los Angeles Police Department. And Council members, we'd like to take just a couple of moments to give you an overview of these amendments to 4215, but also paint a little bit of a picture of why we're bringing this before you this morning, and to talk about the item and the help that the Recreation and Parks Department, the Police Department, and in reality the entire city family are seeking in moving this ordinance, this amended ordinance forward. As Councilmember Rosendahl said, for many, many years, Venice Beach has been known as a free speech zone, a place that performers and artists can come and present their performance or do their art, where free speech advocates can come and have a place to speak freely about their message or their belief. And this is what the city has for many years sought to preserve at that site. It is important for for the council to realize that the entire Venice Beach Boardwalk, the Oceanfront Walk, and the area known as the Boardwalk, as well as the Windward Plaza, and this is an oceanfront walk that runs all the way from the city of Santa Monica down to El Segundo. The area that we're primarily looking at in terms of where folks come out and do their art and free speech and performance is from Navy Street down to 17th Avenue in Venice. It's important for the council to understand this entire stretch is a Los Angeles City park. It's dedicated parkland, and as such, it is applicable to all of these, the city ordinance pertaining to parkland, park closures, as well as activities that can be conducted on parkland. It's also important to note that Venice has a long history, and at one point in its history, Venice was that area that we characterized as the performance zone, the free speech zone, the artistic zone. But today, that is no longer the case, and that is the reason that's no longer the case is because the area has become inundated with individuals that are illegally engaging in commercial vending. This ordinance seeks to end that commercial vending and preserve the spaces that are allocated for free speech artists as well as performers. We help to bring back that characteristic. That's one thing. The next thing is that we're looking at public safety and access for this park. This park needs to be open and accessible to all. We need to be able to ensure public safety for all of the visitors. This site is visited by millions of people every year, and many of these people are tourists. They come from out of town. They need to be protected. We need to have a safe place, a place that is friendly to all and open and accessible to all. Many iterations of this municipal code have come and gone over the years, and there have been a number of legal challenges in the courts on this particular code section. The last rendition that, just for you to know, was commonly known as a space allocation system, commonly known as the lottery. There was other aspects to that particular version of 4215. Those were challenged in the court. So we've gone back, we've worked hard, and I would like to say that it's my belief that the version of 4215 that we are bringing forward to you today is one of the most well-written versions and is extremely well thought out. I would like to also add, so that all the council members are aware, this has had a large number of community meetings regarding this particular version. It's been vetted through the community, vetted through the Recreation and Parks Commission, vetted through numerous city staff, and vetted through council and committees. So with that, I would just like to say this is an important ordinance for public safety. It's an important ordinance for the nature and the character of Venice Beach. It's an important ordinance for the Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks, for the police department, and for the city, and for our community. And I would like to now just let you know that all the individuals that have worked on this have worked very hard, and particularly I'd like to thank Valerie, Captain Peters, Mark Rena from the LAPD. They've put in countless hours. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to any questions that you may have.
Okay, and colleagues, also, I have 30 speaker cards, and since, as Mr. Dion will say, this is a revised, amended one, so when we get to the public comment, I'd like to give everyone just 1 minute so we can do 30 minutes of public comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rosendahl. Given that there are no other speakers on the queue, we will move into general comment first and then public comment.
Yeah, we stay.
Let's start with Joel Shields for 1 minute. Just keep your eye on the clock. Come on up. Joel Shields. And then we'll have Santos A. Salaj, and then Linda Lux. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joel Shields. I've been a Boardwalk resident for about 20 years. I live right on the Boardwalk, fortunately. I want to urge the council to pass this on an expedited basis. We need relief down there, both in terms of the residents and the merchants who are down there. I completely support the idea of protecting free speech, all of the arts, all of the music, but I would like to see it return to that free speech and not commercial vending. To the extent you can expedite this on an urgent basis, I would ask you to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Santos Salaj. I am a merchant from Venice Beach on the east side. I've been there for 15 years, and I'm here today to support the 4215 amendment. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We have Linda Lux, Brad Neal, and Tracy Scruggs. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, council members, Mr. President. My name is Linda Lux. I'm the president of the Venice Neighborhood Council. Our council has unanimously in support of this ordinance, and we would urge an expeditious adoption of it and on an urgency basis. I'm also a 40-year resident of the neighborhood adjacent to the boardwalk, and I can tell you I've been involved in every iteration of this ordinance, and it is needed now, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Brad Neal. I've been a 30-year resident of Venice. I have 50 residential tenants on the boardwalk. I have 4 commercial tenants on the boardwalk. Folks, take action today. I'm losing my patience. I get calls every day from my tenants. Stop subsidizing pirates that are selling knickknacks on the most valuable property the city has. Protect our resource. This is a tough, austere economy. We need to protect a primary resource. I'm tired of the ineptitude. You were able to clean up the park outside pretty easily last month. You can't protect the most important park in the city? We have 200,000 pedestrians a week. They ain't coming back. You can read Yelp. You can see it in their faces. This is an emergency. So take action. And Tony, if you're watching this, I really didn't appreciate you invoking the safety of the children. I mean, we had 2 rapes in the last 2 years on Venice Boardwalk involving minors. So get to work.
Thank you very much. Tracy Scruggs, then the Lux, and then Brad Neal.
Hi, I'm Tracy Scruggs. I'm a resident of on Park Avenue, adjacent to the boardwalk. I urge you to pass this today and go beyond it. The boardwalk has become intolerable. It's not safe for my kids anymore. We used to be able to enjoy it. Now, as a resident of the area, I cannot walk my dog without getting harassed. My 12-year-old girl was harassed yesterday, almost accosted trying to walk the dog. It's not safe. Please do more. There's a lot more going on, especially at night. Thank you.
Name, sir?
Yes, my name is Juan Alcala. I am a performer on the boardwalk.
Sorry, sir, we haven't called your name yet.
Oh,
So Linda Lutz, Brad Neal, and Teresa Dietlin. Paul Sabani.
Just tell him and Linda and others that we'll have a little press conference in the back.
Thank you. My name is Paul Svobodny. I'm a 15-year resident of Venice and a 12-year small business owner in Venice. First, I'd like to thank the council for your attention to this matter, and in particular to Councilman Rosendahl personally and to all of his staff who have worked exhaustively on this issue. It's extremely important to me. I have this small business in my neighborhood where I can walk to work. My goal is to be a good citizen in my neighborhood, so this is an important issue to me. Venice is a unique resource for the city of Los Angeles, which I believe is a world-class city. That resource deserves the support and resources of the city to maintain it. It is in a state of crisis and has been for a couple of years. I am in complete support of the ordinance that is currently before you, and I urge you not only to pass it, but to ensure that the resources are available for the adequate and appropriate support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teresa Dietlin and Stephen Al Fisk and Joyce Simmons. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Dietlin. I've been on the boardwalk for 10.5 years. I'm one of those free speech advocates that this ordinance is going to hopefully protect, who's been under assault ever since the city permitted and modernized the boardwalk. I want to thank the city attorney's office for all the work they've done on this. It's a really good piece of work. It's a good beginning. I agree with the woman before me who said much more needs to be done. That being said, there are a couple things I want to observe about this. One, the performance things. There's special consideration given to the acrobats and blah, 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 the people who need the big spaces. But you know, when I first came down there were lots of mimes. And they don't make any noise. They just do their mime thing. They take maybe one space. There's no consideration given to them. Also, the guy who's playing his acoustic guitar with the little thing in front of him is his case to collect donations. He didn't make a lot of noise. He doesn't take a lot of space. I'm opposed to the concept of, I want to finish this because I think it's really important. I'm opposed to the concept of designated spaces. It's an invitation to corruption.
Thank you, ma'am. Stephen Al Fisk, Joyce Simmons, and then Michael Simmons. Good day, sir.
Good morning, council members and council president. I represent the Friends of the Boardwalk, and we advocate a citizens management team for the boardwalk. We support the law being in place. It is desperately needed. We want to congratulate the city, but the law is still imperfect, and there will no doubt be tested again and again and again. But we need this law now because the city has allowed the boardwalk to deteriorate into a degenerated swap meet, and lawlessness prevails. So please enforce this law, and so vote yes on affirming this amendment to 4215. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joyce Simmons, Michael Simmons, Venice Dog, Stephen Herman. Please give us your name.
Good morning, council members. My name is Steve Human. I have worked on the boardwalk for over 20 years. West Side vending crowds out the artists and entertainers. It unfairly competes with legitimate vendors on private property on the east side of the boardwalk. West Side vendors physically fight over space. There have been several stabbings that I'm aware of. There's a black market for spaces where people are paid to save spaces using threats and intimidation and violence. Westside vendors don't pay taxes, they don't pay rent, and they don't pay for trash pickup either. I urge you to support this draft ordinance and support it on an urgent basis. We're desperate for it now. I know this has been a long and arduous process, but what is the alternative? The loud cries and the lawsuits of the few should not be allowed to drown out the subjugation of the many through these threats and intimidation. Consider the rights of the residents and the small businesses on the east side of the boardwalk who operate legal stands and shops on private property.
Thank you,
They
sir.
provide jobs, and yet they
Thank you very
can't
much.
compete.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to call out these names one more time. Joyce Simmons, Michael Simmons, and Venice Dog. Is Joyce Simmons here? Or Michael Simmons? No. Venice Dog? Come on up, sir.
Thank you. Hi, that's just a joke. I've seen Zuma Dog harass you guys on the internet. I've been in Venice for 40 years. 1971, I moved in there. I'm a street performer and an artist and a photographer. This is a photo montage of the boardwalk that I made in 1986. I was hoping to pass it around. The west side doesn't have any vendors on it. It has one free speech table, a couple of dancers, and in the foreground you've got some musicians playing. And the rest of the boardwalk and the rest of the ocean and all the magic and charm and inspiration that it has always been for our community and the world is available. These vendors are a cancer on the face of this boardwalk, and we've been waiting 20 years to have it removed. Pass this thing today and enforce it. It's excellently written. I don't know this man. I don't like the way he handles homeless issue, but I really like the way this piece of legislation is written. It's dead on. Dead on. Pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers, we have Jay Goodfader, Barbara Duffy, and John Walsh. Jay Goodfader, Barbara Duffy, and John Walsh. Good day, sir.
Good day. Hello, Council. Thanks for listening to me. My name is Jay Goodfader. My family owns the Sidewalk Cafe and Small World Bookstore on Venice Beach since 1976. We opened it. I've worked for my father since 93 down there, and I've lived down there my whole life. I've been before you before on this issue many times and various other hearings for this. It's badly needed. Every time, it's a frustrating issue. We feel like we're always talking to you guys about this, and I can understand your frustration with it. Every time we look at it, we have to improve and move forward. We can't just let it sit with chaos, okay? It may seem enforcing it and fighting lawsuits might not make sense in the long run, but it does because of the chaos that you're losing every day with injuries, with fights, with police every day having to respond to fights and chaos out there, with emergency vehicles. I don't know how much that costs every time you go out there. But
Thank you,
that's
sir.
what.
Thank you very much. Barbara Duffy and John Walsh.
Good morning. I'm a merchant on the east side of the boardwalk. I've been there for 33 years, and I'm here to represent the Merchants Association. We are 44215, absolutely. We are in desperate need of this. That we were losing merchants who have been there for 20 or 30 years, have closed up their stores because they cannot compete with people on the west side who don't pay any taxes or rent, and it's just impossible to continue. I'm on the verge of closing myself. We'd like to thank Councilman Rosenthal for his efforts, and if you could expedite this and cancel the 30-day wait, we'd appreciate it, because at least we'd get a little bit of a Christmas out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at Walsh Confidential, HollywoodHighlands.org. First time I visited as a tourist, Venice Beach, 1971, the Hare Krishna Festival. I'm very John Walsh of Draft Laura Chick for mayor. I'm worried when people get up here and use the term illegal vendors. That's like illegal aliens. People are not illegal, okay? And I don't like to hear, and I feel there's something in the background of racism here. I have a feeling there's some racism. As you know, I'm called a race traitor. Another word for someone like me is an N lover. Okay? So that's the old 60s. I'm wondering whether this is a Pandora's box. We'll find out. And whether this is about removing blacks and Hispanics from the boardwalk. And don't worry, all of the minorities here are interested in only one thing, their careers.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Thank you very much. Tony B. Conscious. And then Mark Hurd. Good morning, sir.
Greetings, City Council. Now, I've been an artist, an activist, and a performer on the boardwalk for 10 years. Matter of fact, I wrote a book just recently, Life's a Beach, talking about Arthur Reese and talking about what the gentleman who just left said. I understand the ordinance and I love a lot of the ordinance, but there's one thing that you must change before you put this ordinance through, and that's about jewelry. Now, there is a lot of commercial jewelry. However, when you go back to the indigenous foundations of LA, jewelry is part of the very foundation of the culture of the people who were here before this city was even founded. There are certain things in the ordinance right now that are against certain people who make jewelry, and the penalties are way out of
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Construct.
Thank you very much. Our next
needs
speaker, Mark Hurd. Mark Hurd.
Good morning, City Council. Mark Hurd, Westwood Neighborhood Councilman and also member of the Oceanfront Walk Committee. If you go to www.venicebeachpress.com, thank you, Juan. If you don't know Juan, he is a star attraction in Venice. You got to come down and check him out. This ordinance penalizes, let's say you're an Indian and you want to make some indigenous jewelry to wear around your neck, handcrafts. This ordinance sentences you, is capable of putting you in jail for 6 months with a $1,000 fine. That's unheard of. That's ridiculous. This ordinance is to make the merchants happy on one side of the boardwalk. If you go to the committee meeting, you can listen to it at venicebeachpress.com. It's right after the article about Bill Rosendahl raising your taxes. Now, I am against this ordinance. You can't do this to Venice. It needs more work. It should go back. It should be continued. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carol Lee Z. Carol Z. Good day, ma'am.
Hey, good morning. I'm against this ordinance as it's written. No offense, Bill, but there's some conflicts here. Take a look at page 9 regarding the umbrellas for shade for the vendors. What's going to happen is if you take a look at the top of the page, people are allowed to have a display board up to 6 feet high. That means I could have a 6-foot high piece of plywood behind my space to block wind if you don't allow umbrellas. And that's going to further impede visual art and endanger safety. The Oceanfront Walk Committee made recommendations to make the violations section of this ordinance less severe. That was ignored. The Oceanfront Walk Committee made recommendation to allow an exemption for handcraft items, also known as folk art, if you could actually prove that you had made this.
Thank you, ma'am.
And it was ignored.
Thank you very much.
This needs to be rewritten.
Our next speaker is Juan the comedian. Good day, sir.
Who wrote my name like that? My name is Juan Alcalá. I'm a performer on the boardwalk, and yes, I have had my ass kicked by vendors. They fight for space. They fight for little items, stuff made in China, and it's only right to go ahead and end that. But the jewelry thing, it's an indigenous thing. So how are you going to prove how the jewelry was made? Hello? You know, you got to find a way. Anyway, my main thing is to tell you that you made a big mistake on destroying Occupy LA, because we're here to occupy the world, and you guys are going to have to make way, okay? Make way for the occupation. We're here to stay.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Robin Hairston. And then we'll have Kenneth Jenkins.
Yes, hello. I am a West Side vendor and aromatherapist. I've been vending for 7 years. I do not agree with the ordinance the way it was written. Historically, Venice has been a place to purchase sage, get your henna tattoo, incense oils, be politically outspoken, and for performances. Commercial vending is not responsible for the excessive drug use, the homelessness, the lawlessness. This is basically because of the lack of LAPD presence, the lack of any law enforcement. If they enforce the existing laws that we currently have, there would be no excessive noise or any of the things that you are blaming the vendors for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Shorty. Is Shorty here?
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? I just like to say I've been in Venice almost a year now, and I don't consider myself a vendor, but I do make handmade jewelry, and that's all I do. I mean, I don't have a high school education even, but that's how I make my living. And I feel you're trying to take that from me. I don't feel that's right.
Thank you, sir. Our next is Kenneth Jenkins. Kenneth Jenkins.
Yes. Good morning, Council. My name is Kenneth Jenkins, and I would just like to say, first of all, it's a sin and a travesty for a few people to decide the life and survival of working persons who are trying to just make a living for their families. We are taxpayers. We do pay our taxes because I am a citizen. And also to be blamed and called vagrants, and also to be the cause, to be looked at as the cause of violence that is going on the boardwalk is totally preposterous. Totally preposterous. Certain groups have been targeted for removal. I myself am a T-shirt designer and T-shirt printer. I do all of my own original designs. There are people who are painters out there. They paint on canvas. I paint on T-shirts. That's what I do. The word commercial simply means anything that is bought or sold with an exchange of tender. So that means that everyone out there is a commercial vendor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is, and the name on the card says, Smell Good.
How y'all doing today? I just want to say, basically, you know, everybody talk about violence, but they forget it's a liquor store there that everybody, you know, I can't blame it on everybody, but half of the problem there is not about the violence, it's about the alcohol. You know what I mean? That's what you people fail to realize. If you want to shut down something, don't kill everybody by taking away their jobs. If you guys shut us down, then, man, what we going to do? Don't shut us down. That's how we work. That's how we feed our families. You know, half the vendors, you know, they are there to work. But if you guys going to just shut us down like that, you know what I mean? Think about y'all families. Would y'all want somebody to come in and shut y'all down? I'm out.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Amaya Matei. Amaya Matei.
Good morning. I'm also a member of several task forces and have been from the inception of the ordinances back quite a few years. I'm a Venice resident. I've lived in Venice off and on since the 1960s, and I'm a working artist on the boardwalk and have been for 15 years now. I absolutely agree that an ordinance is needed. However, in looking at this ordinance, I came prepared to defend what I do, which is traditional natural henna. And in speaking to Mr. Kola, found out that I don't need to defend it. The wording is so vague that I had 4 very savvy, very intelligent individuals read the ordinance without my prompting them, and not one of them could figure out whether henna was being outlawed or not.
it's vague to that point. I think that it is really necessary to have an ordinance that anyone, regardless of their education level, can read, an actual list that says, yes, 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 no, no, no. This is what you can do, this is what you can't do. Otherwise,
Thank you,
we're going
ma'am.
to be back where we were.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Hunt.
Good evening. You guys been told once and you guys been told twice by Judge Pragerson, you guys have to leave open ample alternative. In 2006, he made the P in the I zone. You guys didn't listen. You guys still got 15 lawsuits pending that you guys are getting ready to pay out on. But you guys don't understand. You guys are being foolish. Why get another 15 more? Because we're suing you guys. Bill Rosenthal has been told by my counsel, Stephen Rohde, one of the finest attorneys in America, that we're going to sue you guys as soon as you guys get it in. Hey, listen up now. Listen up now. We are not letting you guys come down there and take over free speech or anybody else that's working. If you want to work, come see me. I'll fight LAPD. I'll fight America. But listen to this. Pragerson told you guys, leave open ample alternative. 2006, this is the same ordinance that he said, 2006, leave open ample alternative. Now you guys want another 15 lawsuits before you finish up?
Thank you very much,
14?
sir. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Our next speaker is Matt Dowd. And then we'll have Ra Rashika Ragandas. Good day, sir.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, that image has got to hurt. So Eric Garcetti's probably going to approve this ordinance too. I'm glad he's got his endorsement from Van Nuys. Congratulations for Mayor. You've got the Van Nuys endorsement. I'm rolling in the aisle with that one. All right, here's the problem. See, it's the enforcement, and I keep telling them, but nobody wants to go through the minor, training that it's going to take. And here's why. You sent an undercover cop down on me selling incense, $2 a pack, 3 for $5. We went to court. The stupid, dumb attorneys down here couldn't even prosecute that with an undercover cop. I appealed it. Okay, this is important. I appealed it up the street here on Hill Street, and I won this one. I beat him. No attorneys. The attorneys, the defense attorneys didn't want to take it. And then it said judgment reversed and no retrial because of double jeopardy. And what do? They dragged me into court the other day to retry it. Are you nuts?
Thank you very much.
And so they threw it out.
Our next speaker is Rashikavi Ragudas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I stand before you today as hopefully a voice of sanity and reason. Long before I stood before you and said that you were about to shoot a rabbit with an elephant gun with regards to regulating the situation on Venice Beach, and I still see that it's true. However, it looks as though you've lowered the caliber just a little. However, there are things still in this ordinance that need working on, and I urge you, if you're going to pass this, to leave room for improvement. My personal issue here is that it's a health issue for those of us who stay in one place in the designated spot all day to not have something that covers us as the sun changes position. We need the word sunblock or wind block added to the ordinance in order to be able to have something which covers us as the sun and wind change position. Otherwise, it's a health issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jingles. And then we have David Chatfield.
I'm no newcomer to the Venice Boardwalk. 37 years activity on the boardwalk. Musician, singer, songwriter, free speech activist. On behalf of all business owners on Oceanfront Walk who pay exorbitant thousands of dollars a month, and on behalf of legitimate free speech activists in the First Amendment, I too urge the City Council to vote in favor of this ordinance. God bless.
Well, thank you very much. David Chatfield. Good day, sir.
Good morning. My name is David Chatfield. I represent various businesses on the Venice Boardwalk.
Section E of the proposed ordinance provides that Recreation and Parks shall designate 205 spaces for traditional expressive speech, which we support. 2 of the designated spaces shall be made available for persons who are predominantly giving away food, which we do not support. Why is giving away food an expressive activity and included in the 205 spaces dedicated for traditional expressive speech? If the city should move the feeding from the retail tourist areas to a suitable city lot where there is no impact on business and residential and commercial tenants and tourists. Eliminate the provision for 2 designated spaces for food giveaway. Why are we installing a magnet for the transients right on the boardwalk?
Okay, thank you very much. That was our last speaker. And seeing no speakers on the queue, I think we're ready to vote as amended. Councilman Rosendahl, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the community on both sides and all sides of this issue who came down here to express their point of view. I was especially touched by Jingles, who's been one of the beach performers for 40 years, and for him to support knows the reality of what's most important. I would like Captain Peters to make a quick comment on why this is important from his perspective.
Thank you, Councilman. You've heard a lot of testimony, so I won't take too much time. My name is John Peters. I'm the commanding officer for Pacific Area. I've been there for about 2 years. Only to say this, make no mistake about it, that this is a public safety issue. Since this ordinance was set aside roughly October of last year, we have seen a general sense of lawlessness that's been occurring on the boardwalk. Our aggravated assaults alone are up 16%, and those are the ones that are reported. One of the dynamics that we have going on is that we have seen an increase in the number of younger homeless and transient individuals that have historically passed through the area but have decided to stay this time around, largely because there's an income source for them, the ability to hold spaces and watch spaces for vendors overnight, and the associated violence that occurs as a result of that. So those are basically my comments. I urge you to support this ordinance.
Thank you, Captain. And I'd like the City Attorney's Office to reflect a little bit on what you heard and also why you support it and that we should do this as an emergency motion.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you for your leadership on this issue for your community. The reason this is an important ordinance is because prior ordinances have been attacked in the courts. There's been a lot of change in the Ninth Circuit with regard to how cities can regulate vending and balance free speech issues. In the most recent case, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld our 2006 version of 4215. So the current ordinance before you goes back to the standard in the 2006 ordinance, which we feel, because it's already been blessed by the Ninth Circuit, will help us fight off any lawsuits. In addition, we have borrowed from the City of Santa Monica their definition of performer, because again, that definition has been upheld in the federal court. So we believe that this ordinance will help Venice return to what it was meant to be, which is a traditional forum for free speech and performance and art, and ensure that the city can defend itself in court and restore our beautiful beach resource to the public. So we do urge you to support this. Because the area has gone without an effective ordinance in between the time the court struck down our prior version and gave us guidance about what would be lawful. As Captain Peters has mentioned, there has been a lot of lawlessness that's been associated with the money that comes from commercial vending. And so therefore, we believe that an urgency clause is appropriate for this ordinance. It is a public safety issue, and it will allow the city to begin enforcement upon publication. Thank you.
Great. Well, on that note, Mr. President and colleagues, I would like your unanimous support with this motion to go forward forthwith. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay. We have one more speaker on the queue.
I just wanted to
Councilor
thank
Levon.
Captain Peters. I want to thank Kevin Reagan, who grew a beard through this process here and worked with your dedication to recreation parks, and Valerie Flores. And also members, two of the three, Captain, I don't know all your history, but two of the three representatives at this table here have great commitment to Los Angeles from their families. Kevin's father was a great civil defense coordinator for all of Los Angeles and assistant in the CIO's office, and Valerie Flores' mother was a great councilwoman for the district. So I just wanted to mention that as I do that. And Mr. Rosendahl, thank you for the long haul, because you would let everybody do everything in your mind, but you know in your heart, to be successful, we have to have some order for everybody to enjoy this public space. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move to the vote. We can move on this item as amended. Open the row. Close the row. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Colleagues, will move in. We're going to move the agenda items around a little. We're going to move over into item number 40. So as we clear the room, Councilmember Zine. We get Councilmember Zine to the microphone as we settle down a little bit in the chamber. Councilmember Zine.
Just doing a little shuffle. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. This matter involves the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles.
Councilmember Zine, if we could just have the chamber quiet down a bit and allow for Mr. Zine to make his presentation.
Thank you. So I put this motion together last week because I was really frustrated with the egregious, wasteful spending that we continue to see in the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. The last CEO and president was removed from his post, and commissioners have resigned because of scandals in that particular organization. KCET showed that over $14,000 was spent on staff meals at one restaurant. Channel 2 did an investigative report on this. Over $100,000 was spent on employee appreciation events, $100,000. One staff luncheon cost taxpayers $2,000. There were monogrammed sweaters, steak dinners, and other perks that were given to employees of the organization. And their website states, the strategic mission includes developing and maintaining a strong culture of mutual respect, financial responsibility, and ethical behavior by our employees, residents, and other key stakeholders. They really violated that trust, as we will see during the hearing this morning. And what they did is not acceptable. Improving housing conditions, not paying for fancy meals and expensive trips. Improving housing conditions for our poor in the city is what the department is supposed to do, the authority is supposed to do. They're now facing a $9 million deficit. Employees are being laid off. And there's a lot of excuses. Under the direction of the current CEO, who made a comment, we are flush with cash when the activities took place. We need to hold government employees responsible and accountable and to regain public trust. The former manager of the department, Rudy Montiel, left the organization with a $1.2 million package. Travel expenses, other perks, and now an expanded scope investigation by our City Controller, Wendy Gruhl. Additional oversight of the agency and a total overhaul is necessary and necessary now. So what I'd like to do is first hear from our City Controller, who conducted an audit. She's now doing a further audit. And then we will hear from the CEO and President, Ken Simmons, to address many of the allegations. And then the City Attorney's Office to explain the $1.2 million payout to Mr. Montiel. And then lastly, we'll hear from the current Commission President. And I'd like to bring our City Controller, Wendy Gruhl, to the table to explain the audit that was completed and what she plans to do in the future audit that this council is supporting. Controller Wendy Gruhl? Oh, before that, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cardenas. For comments from the chair of the committee, Mr. Cardenas, and then we will hear from Controller Gruhl. Councilmember Tony Cardenas, please.
Okay, Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity for us to express where our responsibility lies in making sure that when things come to our attention where perhaps protocols are not in place or maybe protocols have been violated,
Councilman Cardenas, if I may, I just want to quiet the chamber down a bit. It's hard to hear your voice. If we can please move the conversations outside, we would appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think it's important that we follow through with our responsibilities and also clarify where our responsibility lies. When a department, any department, has day-to-day operations, it is the responsibility of the council, if something comes to our attention where they've either violated their responsibilities directly or fiduciary responsibilities, our job is to bring this issue forward and make sure that the public understands that we are going to hold a department and or individuals within any department accountable. Because the bottom line at the end of the day, the resources that are under question here in this matter that's before us belong to the taxpayer. They belong to the American public. These dollars by and large flow through Washington, but they emanate out of the households and the paychecks of individuals right here in Los Angeles. But when it comes back to Los Angeles, our responsibility is to make sure that we have proper stewardship of those dollars and make sure that every dollar that's spent is consistent with the responsibility and the authority of that particular department. What we have now before us is not only questions, but we need answers to why were certain dollars spent in a certain way, when did it happen, who did it, and why wasn't it stopped if people can admit that those were not proper use of funds. In addition to that, as it was mentioned earlier, when the Controller Wendy Gruhl and Councilmember Zine and myself answered some questions from the press, and that is that if necessary, it shall and will go beyond these chambers, because in these chambers I think this is where the policy needs to be vetted, and we need to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen again, and the department does have proper protocols, and that the department makes sure that every single person that works for them follows those protocols, etc. In addition to that, it may actually come to where prosecutorial authorities, whether it be the DA or the federal government, because these are federal dollars, that they come forward and they exercise their responsibility and authority if in fact it is risen to that level of violations. But here, our core responsibility, in my opinion, is to make sure that we do what we're doing right now and actually allow the public to see and understand that we are aware of something now and that we are going to hold people accountable, and that in the future we will make sure that protocols and the responsibilities of this department and any department are followed through, and that those protocols are clear, and that we make sure that this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Cardenas.
I'd like
Speaker, Councilman Zine.
now bring forth Controller Wendy
We
Gruhl.
can invite our City Controller, Wendy Gruhl, to the table. Good day, ma'am.
And Controller, if you can inform colleagues and the public of what your department has done and where you plan to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine, and for bringing this to the City Council today, and thank you to the council members for having me today. As well, thank you, Mr. Cardenas, who participated this morning as we outlined the actual audit that was released today. I released HACLA's travel policy and related travel expenses, the audit that I did for that particular item. What is clear from this audit is that there were reckless spending and lax travel policies allowed for thousands of dollars to be wasted on lavish meals, instances of double and triple dipping, and inappropriate reimbursements for charges of hotel rooms that went unused. And I just received a copy, Mr. Zine, you shared with me a copy of a letter that was provided this morning that said these were not federal dollars. Well, the only way that they were able to receive those dollars is because they were a federal agency. And I don't care what dollars they are, and I think you said this today as well, Mr. Cardenas, what dollars they are. They are taxpayer dollars ultimately, and are somehow benefited from the people of our city. I believe that Los Angeles taxpayers were not being served by the Housing Authority officials who claimed to serve the poor, but instead recklessly wasted public money to support lavish lifestyles and ways in which have been put out by the media and by our audit you see today. Angelenos deserve better. There should be zero tolerance for this out of control spending that borders on fraudulent activity. The first part of my audit uncovered numerous unallowable and excess costs. A sampling of expenditures revealed thousands of dollars of questionable travel expenses, including a public safety representative was approved to drive an agency vehicle to San Diego and instead paid airfare exceeding gas cost and then left the conference early to fly to Chicago, unnecessarily charging a night in a hotel that was not used. HACLA board member paid costs for other travelers who were not HACLA staff, but for whom executive approvals were not provided. Planning representative had meals paid in excess of $1,000, which is above the allowed per diem. These charges did not identify the individuals that are present, what was consumed, because there is a very clear, for the city of Los Angeles, you cannot use that for the purchase of alcohol, and if there was any business transacted at that meeting. Also, planning representatives had excess meal costs for triple dipping for meals, where they were not only charged them on their P card, also then asked for reimbursement, and then thirdly, there actually was meals provided as part of the conference. It also questioned a no-show hotel charge in Chicago because they were actually in Philadelphia for another conference. In addition, there was board members who did not prepare appropriate forms and only gave minimal receipts for hotel and baggage fees. They seldom provided receipts and instead just signed a certification that said all of the funds that were used were for the purposes of the Housing Authority. I released some of my preliminary audit findings a few weeks ago, which revealed that agency officials had spent $300,000 per year on travel in 2009 and 10. I highlighted irregular travel expenditures, including reimbursements for sightseeing tours. HACLA's policies are outdated, unclear, and difficult to understand because there was no one minding the store. Whistleblower complaints about questionable spending practices in other parts of the agency made it clear that the agency leadership created an environment for wasteful spending and fraudulent activity. So as we've been moving forward and acutely aware of the problems and serious problems that are created within the department, we had trouble getting some of the information, entrance agreement, and numerous obstacles. I have to say it was a hostile environment in which we were operating, and delay tactics that were used. But we persevered to make sure that we were able to complete this audit. And during the course of my audit, many red flags were put up, and we have been in conversation with the new president of the commission, Mitch Kamen, who's agreed to a full-fledged audit, which we believe is important to ensure to the public that the dollars that are being spent, again, whether it is federal dollars or some benefit that has been made by federal dollars, it should not be spent on these lavish kinds of activities and unfathomable. There's no documentation behind it. As you all know in this room, we have strict rules within the city of Los Angeles about whether or not you can be reimbursed and how that works. So I appreciate the support of the council, and particularly Councilmember Zine and Councilmember Cardenas, and Mitch Kamen, the new president of the commission, to move forward to begin the second phase of my investigation and to ensure that taxpayer dollars are watched over, and that we will never get into a situation like this before, where there are no checks and balances, where a executive of an agency can send down to the rest of his staff that this kind of behavior is acceptable. It is not acceptable.
Well, welcome to the chamber, City Controller Gruel. We do have speakers on the queue. Councilmember Zine, if you would like to stay at the table, if there are any questions for our City Controller, we could open that up now if you'd like. Councilmember Zine?
Just if there's questions from the colleagues.
I do have Councilmember Perry on the queue, though.
Okay, very well.
My staff will be here in case there are any questions if there's anyone that.
Welcome. It's always
Has
good to
that,
see you
yes.
back in the chambers.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have questions from Ms. Perry for the Controller? Or questions? Okay, all right, okay.
Okay, so we can move. Thank you so much.
Great. And again, we have the audit findings that I know you're going to be discussing today, so we have the auditors here as well to be able to respond. So thank you.
Thank you for your work. Okay, we do have Councilman Perry on the queue. Do you still would like to have the representative from HACLA at the table at this time, Councilman
Yes.
Zine?
Yes, I think the
Like to come on
questions-
up? And we do have cards as well. You want to hear the cards after the
We can
presentation?
hear the cards first.
Want to take the cards first?
Sure.
Okay, we do have one card that I'm aware of. It's Sean Murphy, and that's from Van Nuys.
Okay.
Tell them right here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We should not spend any money on the. Shame on you, Garcetti.
Was that the question?
I know we have was an audio difficulty. Okay, all right. So let's move forward. We have other cards. We are moving there, sir. Be a little patient. And we have John Walsh next.
John Walsh, we're immediately asking for you to hire Miss Laura Chick, who is responsible for what's happening, responsible for invading this conspiracy. Hire her to do an investigation. She is the predecessor. Hire her now. We are also asking, Schwarzenegger hired her, you hire her. This isn't federal money. HUD has done 3 investigations. If it wasn't federal money, HUD wouldn't be investigating. Okay, we're asking for an FBI investigation. HollywoodHighlands.org, Walsh Confidential. We're asking the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, to hand the investigation of HACLA over to the proper House committee. We're asking everyone except the United Nations to investigate HACLA. We're also very interested in an investigation, federal investigation of Herb Wesson. We're interested in how much money went to Harold and Bells. That's all we're interested in. We're talking now, you all should be ashamed of yourselves. We want to thank the LA Times. No, they had nothing to do with this. Nor did any of the media except KCET. It took KCET to nab you and Ron KLA. KCET, SoCal Connected, producer Fauché, thank you, and Laurel Erickson, previously of Channel 4. We want to thank you, and if you want to keep up with what's going on, and you want to ask, now if Laura Chick decides to run for mayor, then she can't do the IG special investigation. HollywoodHighlands.org, Walsh Confidential.
Thank you, sir.
You all belong in jail.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tom Williams, Matt Dowd, and Dino Buati. Good day, sir.
Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, El Sereno. Where has the controller been? What's happened to most of the controller's investigations, the audits? How about the previous audits? How many of them have actually been implemented? So when you come to having the controller audit, yet another one, what happened to the Harbor Department or the Port Commission? Do we investigate these all the time? Well, there's a very important word in the agenda item, policy. What is your policy? Where are the teeth that you need to have in order to exert a policy? Because in neighborhood councils, we're being trummeled by we need more training, we need more training. It looks like some of the boards, the commissions, and maybe even the departments need some ethics training, maybe some other training, fiscal training. We have neighborhood councils that are being controlled by their budget. Withhold the budget of the city for the housing. That would be an interesting one. But the basic element is, where are your policies that have been violated, and where are the teeth to enforce those policies? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Matt Dowd and then Dino Buyati. Good day, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, see, everything's backwards in the city of LA, and here's why. You just spent an hour listening to all these people on the boardwalk about that legislation, and they all left, but they live in the city of Los Angeles, and they don't realize that this is a way bigger issue than this stupid boardwalk vending. But you listen to all of them, and you put through that legislation, and now here we are. See, I got problems here, you know. Cardenas says hold people accountable. Well, let's hold the controller accountable, because, see, in the real world, that's her job. She should have seen this when we were warning it right here on this podium. Now the FBI needs to be called in. Now, where are they? I keep hearing they're already here. They're poking around in City Hall. So now we want to find out why, after all the bullshit went down, that guy gets $1.2 million when he should have just been kicked out on the street. That's the problem, and it's the housing authority of the city of LA. Gee.
Dino Buyati. Is Buyati here? Arnie Corlin? No, sir, we didn't call your name. Arnie Corlin? Thank you, sir. Not yet.
Good morning, council members. My name is Arnie Corlin. I'm a rental property owner in this city, and I've spoken to many of you regarding the issues with the Housing Authority, City of Los Angeles. Since 2004, I've written a series of articles regarding these issues and have discussed it with many of you. And to make one thing perfectly clear, that this is not just an owner versus tenant issue. In one of the articles you will see, and many of you received these, is that it was a group of us with tenants that went down to the Housing Authority to protest together. We're standing here with a banner in front of the Housing Authority. One of the things that I would suggest is, I've been screaming to many of you about this since 2004, the fact of the matter is, the millions of dollars that they needed for the outside attorneys, when they had how many city attorneys, and this question needs to be asked. Also, in 2007, when they reappointed Maria Del Angel to the commission. And it was at that time that I asked to be on the Housing Authority Commission, and just a call to the mayor's office was told that I can't because I'm part of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. And I said I only managed buildings with Section 8, and I would have gotten rid of those buildings and given them to somebody else in order us to create those resources. But in 2007, I also sent a letter to the HUD OIG, and the HUD OIG basically returned in a response that we have devoted substantial resources over the past few years to assure HACLA's programs were administered in accordance with HUD and regulations, rules and regulations were followed. We would like to acknowledge that since Mr. Montiel became executive director, he's been very supportive and cooperative of our efforts. When in fact, what I would suggest to Controller Gruhl, I don't know if she's still here, but the fact of the matter is you have to take these dots beyond HACLA. And now is the time for any of you to take the narrow road and stand up and make sure that this is done. Additionally, and one last comment is that while I have no personal issues with Mr. Guthrie, the fact is now is not the time to have the Housing Department as part of the Housing Authority or even to transfer that leadership over there. We need somebody independent.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, we have Matthew Millen, and then Juan the comedian. Thank you.
See, it's almost afternoon. Good morning. Matthew Millen. This is kind of a philosophical point, but the last director, Mr. Montiel, lived in Rancho Cucamonga. I think the city council should require that any contract for his replacement require that he or she be a resident of the city of Los Angeles. Although there's probably a Supreme Court case that the city cannot require civil service employees like parks and recreation, gardeners, or department and water or power electricians or truck drivers live in the city, department heads are exempt from that requirement. So I think it's time that department heads live with the consequences of their decisions and live in the city of Los Angeles. Why should our tax dollars be spent on the department head buying a house or renting an apartment or spending all their money outside the city? I don't know anyone that lives in the city of Santa Monica, city of Los Angeles, and drives to Rancho Cucamonga to buy their groceries or go to the movies. So I think it would be helpful if the next department head were required as a part of their contract to actually live in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, Juan the comedian.
Yes, speaking of the issue of spending money, I saw Mr. LaBonge and a lot of the city council get money for fixing Hollywood sidewalks. They never got fixed. They got $5 million from Absolute Vodka. The sidewalks were never fixed. I happened to be there. And I saw the city council marching into a very expensive Chinese restaurant and have a meal.
Mr. Reyes, he's not talking about this item.
Thank you.
Talking about finances and where they go, everything gets spent in a crooked way. We have invented a new kind of pie. We're going to grind up all the crooked politicians, put them into a pie, and we're going to call it Occupy. Occupy, Occupy. We're going to occupy your life until you straighten out your ways. LaBonge, I saw you...
Sir, please address the council.
Oh, council, I saw LaBonge hold a piece of a rock saying, look, this is from the Wall of Berlin. Where is our next trip going to go to? You know, we can even go to Compton on the money we get. He can go all over the world on the money you give.
Please stay focused on the item in front.
Oh, on the item, yeah. The item is spending money in a crooked way. That's the item, isn't it? I thought it was. Okay, I challenge City Council to go to YouTube and see the most interesting occupier in Occupy LA. You will get to read my book, because I gave you my book one time at the Coastal Commission, and obviously nobody read it.
Mr. Reyes, this item is about HACLA, use of HACLA funds.
Thank you. Please do not disrupt the council. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is from San Fernando Van Nuys. That's a warning. That's a warning, Mr. Dowd. One more outburst, and you're out. Donna Perman from the San Fernando Valley.
Mr. President, the audience member is disrupting the meeting, and he should be removed.
Please. Our next speaker from Van Nuys, San Fernando, Donna Perman.
Okay, am I here yet?
Yeah, in case I'm not speaking on 40, we're going to tell you, I put in card for public comment, and number 40, Mr. Reyes.
Yes, I was there, and she did put it in, and the clerical didn't put it in.
We do have more cards coming.
So I have a right to speak on public comment as well.
We do have more cards coming.
And I'm going to sue you people if I don't speak on public comment.
Okay, goodbye. Okay. Anyway, anyways, so I'll talk about this. Well, it's good and to go, because we know her about the public comment. Anyway, it's good and true to go after fraud and abuse and HUD on our dime, misusing their funds on our dime. That's why so many can't get on proper housing, why the list is so long. They don't have the money because they're giving unfair benefits to certain employees. But it's amazing the city council also does abuse on taxpayer funds with the CRA projects with $2 million in one day, also and also spending on special projects. So how about let's clean them up. Let's clean up the controller, and let's clean you up at the same time. Let's clean up the let's make the politician pay for it. Let's make the controller pay for it, because the controller didn't go after them and take care of the problem. In the meantime, a lot of people are having a problem getting on housing, which is in the list is very long, and people. A lot more people should be on this. You shouldn't have to wait for a year to get onto housing and wait for a long list to be able to find a place. So I'm glad that you're going for this, but I really wish that you would also clean up your own act and stop giving money all to the CRA. I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to pay. I have a feeling I won't be able to talk about the CRA projects. So today is over $2 million today, folks, in one day. And be sure to, Marion put in for number 40. Be sure to call her name.
We can give you,
And public comment.
if you like, 15 more seconds because of the disruption. You're allowed 15 more seconds if you'd like.
Okay, as I said, yeah. Okay, we need, also need to clean up yourself and go for it and make sure that you don't go special projects and also don't have all these vacations and, all these times we're traveling and learning these things when you things you already know. So,
Thank you,
need to
ma'am.
pay out of your own pocket. I don't mind.
Thank you very
don't
much,
pay for
ma'am.
your own-
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Marion Fogler.
You're all crooks, and you're all trying to shut down my freedom of speech. I have a right to speak on public comment. You need to reopen it, reconsideration right now. I call Rosendahl for a motion to reopen public comment for me. I put in a car at the same time as Donna Perman, and Sean Murphy was a witness here. So you have to put it open, or I'm going to sue you for that.
Please, ma'am, you have 1 minute and 39 seconds left on this item.
You people should be paying for all this debt in the city. All of you. Every single one of you all should be going to jail. All of you. I had to say it for my friends as well. This Janice Hans in Congress, she needs to go to jail. All of you. You're all a bunch of pack of criminals.
Please
That's what
speak
you
to the
are. In my
item.
opinion, that's what you are. And you allow the Occupy LA to go ahead and do all this expenditure on the taxpayer and also violating the workers' rights, taking away their retired health care. Well, I'm going to fight that too. Because you people don't let us have a right to vote on anything on it, on that issue.
Mr.
By
President,
itself.
she's still
You
not
are
talking about the
violating our
HACLA
rights,
funds.
and you're violating
Yes.
my rights. You're violating my First Amendment right, not letting me speak on freedom of public comment.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes public comment period. We would like colleagues to hear from the authority first, and then we can go through the speaker cards. The speaker queue. That's okay? So let's hear from the department, the authority.
Thank you, Councilman Reyes. And thank you, Council, for the opportunity to address some of these issues. I gave out a fact sheet. My name is Ken Simmons. I'm soon to be the Chief Operating Officer for HACLA this afternoon. I gave out a fact sheet, and I just wanted to touch on a couple of the points that I think are important to clear up. One of them is, and this is particularly for our own clients, no direct payments that we receive from the federal government for any of our programs was used in the questionable expenses that have been brought forward by the media. That means there was no Section 8 money used, there was no public housing money used, we did not use any of our capital fund, all the restricted funds from HUD, nor did we use any of the rents from the tenants. Misinformation occurs because people see the media reports and news stories arise. All the expenses that have been brought forward were paid out of what is non-federal funds. I'm not trying to have a contest of what non-federal funds. I'm using the definition from HUD. HUD does not consider these federal funds because they come from nonprofits that we have. Some of the nonprofits, we own housing, where we are the landlord. We charge market rents. The excess earnings off of that activity, as well as another contract through a nonprofit where we manage contract administration as well as compliance for HUD. Together, these revenues that come from our nonprofits are given to the Housing Authority to complete its mission. Of the expenses in question, that probably represents a little under 3% of those revenues. The other 97% goes directly to Housing Authority programs. Some of the things that those nonprofits pay for, which we could not accomplish otherwise with the limited funding we get from the federal government, are things like our summer youth employment programs, Summer Night Lights contribution, all of our pre-development activities for Jordan Downs, our current cooperative agreement with the LA Police Department to provide community safety at 4 sites, and a number of other activities. I am happy to note that in my short term as interim CEO, if you listen to the KCT report, I want you to understand that this report has looked at expenses as far back as 2004. I think the current story is from 2006 forward. I'm happy to know even KCT recognized that as I became interim CEO of the Housing Authority, those expenses have dropped. I've tried to do many reforms that I thought were prudent. I understand this is public money, and I do not agree with the way we have used those resources. I also want you to note that although I recognize it as public funds, the rules and regulations at HACLA are extremely loose. One of the expenditures, one of the expenditures, for example, that KCT brought forward was limousines. Well, limousines actually are, in our current travel policy, an allowable expense. We are well behind in trying to remedy this. For those expenses I considered that they were a violation of the use of public funds, and there's a difference between a misuse of public funds in terms of being wasteful, that it could have gone for another purpose, and a more legal definition of a misuse of public funds where you cannot demonstrate any public purpose. For those expenses where I did believe that it violated the use of public funds, I've reported those to the City Attorney's Office, the HUD Office of Inspector General, as well as the District Attorney's Office, and I've been working with all three agencies for the last 9 months. Lastly, I just want to say I remain completely committed to eliminating wasteful spending. I support any additional reforms to manage reduced spending. I welcome the Council and the Controller's ideas on how to accomplish that. I also think it is great for the organization that a gentleman like Mr. Guthrie will be appointed as interim CEO. I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Guthrie, and I think a fresh face to push forward reforms will be a true asset to the agency.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. We will now move into the speaker queue, and Councilman Perry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, a few words I would like to share before I just ask Mr. Simmons a few questions. Since 2009, I've been working on an ordinance to amend the cooperation agreement between HACLA and the City of Los Angeles because of some concerns that I have, and not anything to do with you, Mr. Simmons, going back to 2009. But the amendment to the ordinance I felt would close a loophole in having oversight by the City Council, because we currently don't have a formal role in reviewing the actions of HACLA. And as such, the only role we really play at this point is to confirm the commissioners that the mayor appoints, and that's very, very different than any other commission. So working with council member and chair of HCED, Mr. Cardenas, I'm hopeful that the ordinance that will amend the cooperation agreement will have a chance to be heard in Housing Committee sometime early next year, hopefully in January if that's possible. And I think bringing this ordinance that will amend the cooperation agreement forward for council review, both at the committee and at council, will afford us all the opportunity to put something in place that will give us oversight, give us the authority to have that oversight, and to be able to monitor the budget activities and the expenditure activities at the agency. Now, so for Mr. Simmons, if you will, right now it appears that there's no federal limit set on the use of HACLA's program income, and that would be incomes from nonprofits, from property income, and developers' fees. That income is not federal money, is that correct?
That's right, ma'am.
Okay. Now, HACLA receives about, maybe you can help me, between $7 million to $15 million on an annual basis from the above-mentioned sources?
Yeah, one of my worst uses of her phrase was flush with cash. And that was a reflection of a time when our nonprofits had earned up to $15 million in earnings that was distributed to HACLA, $15 million. That has since been reduced because of the changes in the contract with HUD that have eliminated a lot of fees, so we're probably closer to the 8 to 9 million.
All right, and then these funds that I've mentioned, the property income, the nonprofit, the developers' fees, these were the funds that were used for commission and staff expenses that are now called into question. Is that correct?
That's right, ma'am. They supplement our central office where all those expenses are charged.
Okay, and then I just want to close with this. I think there needs to be a full audit of the non-federal money coming to HACLA on an annual basis, and that it spells out each source of income and how it is spent. And once we do this amendment into the cooperation agreement, that is something that we need to begin to dig into as a council. There should also be very serious consideration given to limiting the use of these funds. A couple of recommendations for city travel or federal travel and expense restrictions. And also, one other quick question. The role the Ethics Commission plays at HACLA. HACLA commissioners, they should have been filing Form 700s. The purpose of this filing, obviously, is to report sources of income, property, investments, etc. Now, did they file, and if so, let me know, and if they didn't, tell me why they didn't.
No, I believe they did file 700 forms. But one of the confusing aspects of the commission, and City Attorney's Office is probably better to address this, was that the Ethics Commission has jurisdiction over vetting candidates, but once they get appointed, there's a action that the Housing Authority took years ago that exempted commissioners from the Ethics Commission. So there is a gray area about anybody having jurisdiction once a commissioner is appointed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman
And
Perry.
I'll press my button again.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you. Councilman Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the controller. If I could ask her to come up. And my question is a little bit more general. I know we have a very bad situation in particular, but this happens every once in a while in the city. I've watched this for years. We hope it'll be the last time, and then something else equally inappropriate, disastrous happens, and we waste more money. My question is, how do we deal with this in a broader way? So not just dealing with this department, but all city departments, to make sure this kind of abuse doesn't happen in the future. Because we all want it to stop, but this kind of thing keeps on happening. So how do we approach this so this really is the last time something like this happens in the city of Los Angeles?
Well, I'd like to say that it would be. I think what I try as a city controller is to outline changes that can be made that are structural changes that will ensure that there's never an opportunity again where a general manager can run amok and not have anyone watching the store in that instance, where staff feel comfortable in challenging that general manager, where there's oversight over all of the general managers in the city and say that this will not be acceptable. And particularly, again, looking at structural changes. When we release an audit, as you know, and Mr. Huizar has been chair, and now Mr. Zine, the importance of implementing the changes and the recommendations as quickly as possible so there's structural change is critically important. And that it is also important that we do follow-up audits, for example, on an audit to see if they've done exactly what we've said they should do. So I think it is critically important that you implement structural changes to the entity, reporting requirements, and that the commissioners you appoint and ask them these questions when you are appointing them and accepting them, that they're going to follow the rules of the law.
I mean, are there tougher things we can do? Can we even look at criminal actions for this kind of abuse?
Well, I think one of the things that we do as the City Controller's Office is we refer to the City Attorney and to the District Attorney when there have been illegal actions, items that we think border on fraudulent activity, to be able to send to those bodies that are responsible for that criminal activity. I think we've found in the past when we have been tough and indicated that there will be prosecution, there will be personnel actions that are taken, things change in those departments, and that's the message that we want to send as well, is that someone is watching.
Thank you, Councilman Koretz. Our next speaker, Councilman Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Look, folks, We don't have a handle on this organization. That is what I've learned from this moment in time. Even when you said, limousines and all that, how dare we even think of using limousines or having expensive meals on the tab of, I don't care if it's the foundation or anybody else. It's wrong. There should be zero tolerance of that kind of abuse. First question is this. HACLA stands for the Housing, what? What's it stand for? Housing Authority, City of Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
So it's the City of LA. What's your overall budget?
$800 million?
Yes, just about $818 million for 2000.
Okay, $818 million a year, yeah? How much is federal funds?
93%?
I'm sorry, how much?
93%?
And what strings are attached to that? Can we audit it? Can we check it out? Every nickel, every dime? So our taxpayers' money can go to the federal government, but it comes back. Have we?
That's exactly what HUD does do. They audit us on a regular basis.
They audit it.
For the federal dollars.
Okay, so 8%, it comes from this combination of foundations and everything else.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that 8% was used to do this unbelievably outrageous kind of expenditures. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you use it? Why did you even do it to begin with?
It wasn't my initiative, sir. I don't approve of it. I don't agree with it.
Okay. Can we take action on that kind of expenditure, or is that all legal?
I don't know how you take action on past expenditures. When I was made interim, you'll know by the documents I gave you.
Madam Controller, can we do that? Can we go back and past expenditures and look at that, the 8%, and see if we can check it all out, where the money was spent, and do something about it?
As we develop the overall audit that we're doing, we want to look from top to bottom, as mentioned, whether it is part of the nonprofit, whether it is part of the housing authority, all of those dollars exist because of a federal activity. And so whether or not it is officially federal money or city money, it's taxpayer dollars, I believe that are there because of the housing authority actually existing. It wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the fact. So I think we have to watch at every single level.
Okay, that 8% that comes from foundations, that was this lavish expenditure, do those foundations know that their money was used for that kind of use, which I think is abuse?
Yes, sir.
They do?
Yes.
And what was their reaction to this?
Well, the nonprofits are managed by members of the Board of Commissioners.
And
they actively participate, past members as well as the CEO, actively participate in these expenses.
Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl. Our next speaker is Councilman Alarcon.
Okay, well, this is outrageous. Thank you.
Council members, first of all, I think you should read the letter written by, forgetting your name.
Simmons.
By Ken Simmons. He actually explains a lot of the questions. In fact, he talks about a turn in the agency, the desire to privatize the housing authority. And in that privatization, he is suggesting that there may have been a culture that believed that to privatize you have to have these kinds of extravagances because that's what private industry does. Or so, that's the theory. And it may or may not be true. What I can tell you is that the reason that I went after Mr. Montiel is because he disrespected the tenants. And what we have to understand is that this housing authority is not just a unit of government. This is an agency that actually is a landlord to people that are our constituents. And we have a responsibility to ensure that those people are being treated right. This whole problem emerged out of a fundamental disagreement in policy, a battle that is occurring in Washington that has not been resolved yet. Mr. Montiel carried the mantra for the privatization folks. That's why he was put in place, I believe, and that's what he was trying to do. And that ran counter to the interests of many of the residents who fought tooth and nail because of the policy, not because of Mr. Montiel. They went after Mr. Montiel because he was implementing that policy. But I do think it is important to understand, because I agree with Mr. Simmons that there may have very well been a culture shift in the department. One that suggested that we could spend extra on trips because that's how you deal with private entities who purchase our housing authority eventually down the road. Who's going to purchase these units? How do you woo them into wanting to pay for these units, and how do you get them to do that? Well, this was part of what I believe was an overarching strategy to buy their interest. And I believe that the way that they did it is wrong. Whether it's illegal, I don't know. But Ms. Gruhl, in her report, where she talks about the non-public funds that I think we all are questioning at this moment, we went after those nonprofit agencies a year ago. We were asking, what are these nonprofit entities? How could they exist? We know they exist in other jurisdictions. In fact, that was the department's excuse for them. And yet, we felt that there was something fishy going on. And the tenants that I was working with, they were very clear that that was their target. Something fishy was going on with these nonprofits. So let me just say this very quick. First of all, I concur absolutely with Ms. Perry. We've got to figure out ways to increase that. I'm introducing a motion to see if we can use 245 as a way to increase our authority over this agency. But I think the key is really to look at the policy to protect our tenants more than anything else.
Our next speaker, Councilmember Perry.
Thank you. Mr. Simmons, if you could help me. Who exempted the commissioners from filing Form 700s? Did they seek a legal opinion?
Yeah, I don't mean to misspeak. They still file 700 forms. And again, I'm not. What I said, they exempted them from an ordinance that the Ethics Commission, HACLA, chose not to adopt it for its commissioners.
And which ordinance was that?
There's a city ordinance that they chose to have the employees subject to. It was the executive director was Donald Smith at the time. It was a number of years back.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some research on that, because that may be this may be another opportunity to close a loophole on, disclosure and reporting requirements on the record. So. I'll do a motion on that.
And we're happy to provide you this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to work with you on that to make sure that we get that done. Also, HACLA needs to receive the right to work designation from Housing and Urban Development. Is that correct?
That would be very helpful for its future, yes.
Yeah, in order to be eligible to apply for federal funds like the Choice Initiative Program. And so, given that that's a requirement, are the recent allegations regarding abuse of funds, possibly, or misuse, going to hamper HACLA's relationship with Housing and Urban Development and the ability to continue to receive this necessary designation to be a recipient?
Right. We don't have it yet, and I think, yes, it will complicate getting the designation.
Okay. And then what? Okay. Yeah. Got it. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. Our next speaker is Councilman Rosendahl.
I'm just trying to get a handle on the letter that Mr. Alarcon so kindly referred to, which we, of course, just got a second ago, as we always do. I want to know the names of the 8 foundations, or how many foundations are we talking about where this money, in my opinion, was abused and manipulated?
Well, I'm asking the CFO. I think there may be up to 18 nonprofits, but most of them hold property.
Whatever the story is, I like a list of the 18. I want to see how that 8% has been spent. And you're also saying that the Board of Commissioners that oversees the entire department also oversees these foundations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So is that sort of kind of like a slush fund game? We can play out of that we can't play out of the federal money?
I'm not going to be able to address why the commission set this up or why these were set up.
How long have they been doing that?
I think it's since it's been in existence.
How long is that?
Do you know how long the nonprofits are? 10 plus years.
So 10 plus years, there's been this foundation hook that is unaccountable to anybody, not to the taxpayers, but it's indirectly taxpayers' money. A lot of these foundations are ways to avoid paying taxes and shelter money and spend it the way you want to spend it. So I even have a problem. on a lot of the notions of foundations. But they have been doing that for 10-plus years. So the various commissioners, as they go around and commission, who've done their traveling and they do their eating and all that, have been sucking off of that.
That's been a resource that allows us to do those things.
Okay, I look forward to seeing a complete report of those foundations monies, the breakdown of how it's been spent, and then what mechanism can we put in place that never, ever happens again? What do we need to do to make sure that they don't do that kind of thing?
I defer to my board, but certainly you can improve the regulations there, and you could even mix who oversees it.
How many of the board members are new, and how many have been there for more than 6 months or a year?
Well, 4 of them are new, 3 of them a longer term.
Long term. So they would have a better insight. When you come back next time, I'd like some of those commissioners to come before us and explain how this works, how they did it, and I want them to look us in the eye.
So just on their behalf, even the commissioners who are a little long term, this happened well before they accepted their term.
I understand.
Okay.
But they're riding around in limousines, right, and having fancy meals off of the foundation?
The one commissioner who ran limousines is no longer at the commission. Everybody participated in fancier meals.
Everybody participated. Well, I'd like them to explain it to us and help us understand it, because to me it's an abuse of a foundation funding that should be used for more significant issues than expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rosendahl. And colleagues, just as a friendly reminder, we're now down to a bare quorum. So we're down to 10. So please hang on tight. Our next speaker is Councilor Alarcon. Councilmember? Councilmember Alarcon, next.
That was fast. Point of information?
I opened this matter up, and I've been passed by repeated times on the questions. I'd like to know when I'm up to speak on this matter.
You are next.
Thank you.
Councilman?
First of all, the nonprofit agencies are separate entities. I don't believe Mr. Simmons has control over their decisions. Although, are you on the board of directors of those nonprofits?
I am on some, yes.
So it will be your endeavor to seek their...
Actually, the board of directors are commissioners. We're officers of those. So it's really run by the certain commissioners.
Explain that again.
The commission appoints directors. They appoint members of their commission as the board of directors for the different nonprofits.
Are you on the board of directors of the nonprofits?
No.
Mr. Montiel was on the board of all of them, wasn't he?
He was an officer. He wasn't on the board.
Okay, meaning what?
Meaning he, much like the structure of HACLA, the commissioners are at the top of the agency, and then he's the chief officer for the various nonprofits.
Okay. And as I remember, that was a non-compensated position.
That's correct.
So the nonprofits have to make the decision about what they will disclose and what they won't disclose.
They would have to set their rules.
So Mr. Rosendahl? Yes, sir. I wanted you to hear that. The nonprofits have to make the decision as to what they will disclose and what they won't disclose. He does not have that authority. But we should convey in a letter form or something from the council to them, asking them for that kind of cooperation. I agree. Secondly, the bigger question is how to gain more authority over an agency that is an arm's length from our governance structure. And that's the motion that I referred to. I believe we may have some access through 245, and we also have access, I think, if we can modify our cooperation agreement. And then the third approach is Ms. Perry's approach, to go directly to the federal government and ask them to give us more authority over this agency. The Housing Authority, let me first of all say that the Housing Authority has a lot of good people that are doing a lot of good things out there, and I've worked with them for 20 years and longer. And they are well-intentioned, trying to serve poor people. But I believe that there have been major administrative errors, policy decisions, and some that are made at the federal level that are imposed on the agency that have caused many of these problems. So I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We want to make this work. Mr. Zine, in your motion, I believe you were asking for a working group to come back with something. What I wanted to ask is that we ensure that the residents, the formal residents associations, I believe there's 2 of them, I would hope that they would have a standing in that working group so that they can weigh in on the considerations. Now, I would make that a motion as friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Alarcon. Our next speaker, Councilor Zine.
Thank you. The book I have here, Mr. Simmons, lists some what I consider outrageous expenditures. Fleming's $2,691. Harold and Bell's $2,233. Another Homegirl Cafe, $1,935. It goes on and on. I mean, it's thousands and thousands of dollars. How long have you been a city employee? I know you've different departments. How long have you been a city employee?
I started with the city, Los Angeles, in 2000.
In 2000. So prior to that, were you a government employee?
Yes.
What government employee?
City of Redondo Beach.
Okay. So you came from a government background.
Yes, sir.
And you're a mature individual.
Yes, sir.
Who know the rules, regulations, procedures. Have you ever seen anything in your experience in government where individuals would have these type of benefits?
No, sir.
Did you think it was a little unusual?
Yes,
with
I
your
did.
current department? And you're number 2 in command. Now you're number 1, but you've been for the last 3 or 4 years number 2 in command.
Yes.
You say you went to the DA's office and you made a report to the city attorney's office. Are those documents available?
I don't know if I can compromise an investigation by any of those agencies.
Well, I don't want to compromise any investigation, but if you are responsible for reporting activities and nothing was done, did you ever go to the mayor's office or the controller's office or a council office and try and say, you know what, we got some problems with this organization. With my experience in government, there's some really outrageous activities taking place. Did you ever do that?
Yes.
When?
I've worked with the city attorney's office on this issue, and I do think some actions occurred.
How long ago?
Within this year.
Okay, so all of the time that you've been there, and prior to that, you never made any reports to anyone about the inappropriate activities and the outrageous expenditures?
The activities that I reported to the city attorney's office that I thought bordered on not being legal did not come to my attention until this year.
How many employees are at HACLA?
Probably 850.
850. And how many have been laid off and how many expect to be laid off?
We are still working with the unions to try to resolve our budget issue. I don't know what the exposure is, 60?
60 laid off or 62 be laid off?
And we hope not to lay anyone off. We're trying to work out a compromise so that we don't have to lay anyone off.
And you talk about the funds from the nonprofits. To me, that is washing money. To me, that is washing money so we can spend it the way we want and not be accountable for anything. And when I see the expenses, because I've seen the expense reports, outrageous expense reports, and then when you have an incentive program where you spend thousands of dollars for employee incentives, what government agency gives employee incentives where there's gifts and there's cards with $15,000 expenditures? I mean, you've been around a while. What agency does that?
I had never seen it before.
So this would maybe arouse your curiosity. Maybe something's wrong. It seems like the commissioners weren't accountable or responsible. The general manager wasn't accountable or responsible, and you were second in command for a long time. And then now, all of a sudden, we find religion, we want to make some changes. This particular agency, if it's duplicated around the country with that type of philosophy where we set up a nonprofit and then we funnel money through it, because if it wasn't for the federal dollars, you wouldn't have it in the first place, and then we can expend it any way we want, that may be the accountability where we're $14 trillion in debt in this country.
Councilmember?
This department is duplicated throughout this nation because Section 8 is around the country, and let's duplicate this to every city that has Section 8. Maybe we have $1 trillion, maybe $2, maybe we have $14 trillion. It's outrageous that it would happen when you, with that experience in government agencies, would be at the helm.
Thank you, Mayor.
What's your response to that?
Councilmember Zine, we're well over.
Can we have him respond, please?
My response is that I didn't agree with him from the beginning that I arrived there. I took that argument to my CEO. I pressed my argument as much as I could. They are not, I don't think they are illegal expenditures. I didn't agree with it. I pressed it. I made some reforms. For example, under COO, I introduced the idea of a per diem with the intent that all the meals would be restricted at GSA standards. And I also eliminated the gifts to commissioners that were occurring. It gets to a point where you argue with your boss, and your boss says, this is the way we're going to do it. If it is not illegal, it is then policy, and I implement it accordingly.
Okay. It was a
Thank you very
scam,
much.
a rip-off of the taxpayers.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Councilor Labange.
Just a couple questions. Mr.
Yes,
Koretz?
sorry, Councilor Labange, point of order.
I'd like to ask if we could take a 10-minute recess for the Hanukkah lighting ceremony. It was scheduled at noon, that we otherwise won't be able to have.
How many on the queue? How many on the queue?
You have 2 more after you, sir.
I'll just say one last thing. Look throughout the country on all issues in housing authorities to see what the best practices are. And then let us know and come back and report on that. That's a friendly amendment, okay? Look out throughout the country at other housing authorities, because I'm sure this had similar challenges in other areas. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 more speakers, and we can move this fast. Perhaps we get to the end of this item and maybe take a break. We'll take a vote. But Councilmember?
I will be very brief, given the number of things that we have today. I just wanted to say that Ms. Perry and I introduced a motion today that we have here before us that will take up in intergovernment relations, but it would build on what we did 2 years ago, because we can't do by fiat ourselves an ordinance that would take us oversight. We probably need some either regulatory action from or legislation from the state or federal level. So working on that, you don't have to worry about coming up anymore. Mr. CLA was going to kind of establish for the record, but we think either by some sort of ministerial action or regulatory change at the federal and state levels, probably federal, or by legislation. Ms. Perry and I, seconded by Mr. Zine, have introduced this motion that would allow that to come to bear for the future. It would set up something more like a CRA oversight, where we would have something besides just the moments that the commissioners come through, but over budgets and other things like that, some elected officials and some accountability there too. So that is going to be coming to us hopefully very soon. And when we take that up with the earlier motion that we had from 2009, we will have a way to fix this problem once and for all. Thank you.
Councilman Cardenas? Councilman Cardenas?
Thank you. I'd like to make sure that the public understands that the Housing Committee will definitely hear the motion that Councilmember Perry has put forward, and we look forward to taking on our responsibility of seeing what kind of controls can be or if there's a will to put those controls in place, where the City Council will have more say-so as to what happens with this department. As was outlined by Councilmember Perry, the City Council has very little authority over this department, and other than mainly the approving of the names given by the mayor as to who may be appointed to the board. But I do have a question regarding, let's go back to the issue of the funds that are outlined in the, or spoken to in the audit, and that we're speaking to today. Those funds, you said earlier, are not federal funds?
Yeah, and I'm using HUD's definition.
Sure.
Because when they come from our nonprofits, or even when we charge administrative fees to HUD programs, HUD considers them as non-federal dollars, and they don't put restrictions on them. It's then up to the agency to put the restrictions on it.
So the agency handles about 90+% of its funds that actually come from the federal government?
With their restrictions, yes, sir.
Along with all the restrictions?
Yes, sir.
But HUD has made it clear to agencies around the country, whatever is generated subsequent to that locally, those monies are not expected by them to be treated the way they require us to treat federal funds. Correct?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay. So my question is, being that Councilmember Zine asked you the questions about have you been with other government agencies, et cetera, and you have before coming to HACLA, what is your understanding of the reason why these expenses went on for such a long time? Can you give us an example of one of the reasons why? Was it a lack of oversight? Was it a lack of protocols? Was it what seemed to be the issue?
I'm going to suggest to you that it was very deliberate activity by both the former CEO and the former board, because if you look at the expenses for these employee achievement recognitions, those were direct from Mr. Montiel. He comes from General Motors. He has a private outlook, and so he used these activities for employees to promote their achievements. He was proud of the fact that he went from receivership to high performer. When it comes to the restaurants, as I said, I tried to implement a per diem with the idea that we restrict it to a GSA.
So basically, you're telling us that the head of the agency, the hired head of the agency, not only encouraged but participated in what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
But however, so therefore there were not protocols, or protocols were not followed.
If you look at our policies, there's nothing to restrict it. The problem is our travel might say something like reasonable cost. Without a standard, like a GSA standard or a dollar amount, reasonable is anybody's interpretation.
It's very subjective.
Thank you, Councilman Cardenas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Councilman Zine.
Just briefly, I just want to acknowledge KCET and KCBS for their reports. This shouldn't have to come to us through the media, and I'm encouraging city employees who are aware of such outrageous activity to report it to the Waste, Fraud, and Abuse Hotline, or report it to a council member. This cannot be tolerated. And to blame the former CAO, you're second in command. You're as culpable and responsible as him. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the speaker queue. So, Madam Clerk, our next step, what's in front of us? I know we have a motion that's been introduced.
No, Bill just... Yes, what's before you is the motion as amended.
I don't know what the order is.
Motion as amended. So that is what's in front of us. Open the row.
We'll take a 3 minute. As amended.
As amended. That's what we are including.
Hold on.
No, let's get through the action here, and we're almost done. So we have motion as amended. The motion as amended is open a row.
There's nobody on the queue.
There's no one on the queue. But okay, do you want them to come to the table and speak?
You need to press your button.
I said that when I originally opened, that we wanted the city attorney to address the 1.2 million to this, that went to the general manager, and also the commission president.
Councilmember, are they in chamber now?
Well, they're supposed to be here. They're here. They're here.
Let's get the commission president here to make their statement. If you
Let's
so
get the
desire.
commission president, then the city attorney on the 1.2 million.
Let's get who is in the chamber at the table so we can move this.
All right, please come forward then. The city attorney is here for the $1.2 million severance package, and then
Councilmember Zine, can you please press your button?
Mr. Kamen's here. I just explained, Mr. President, for the commission president, the new commission president.
Okay, so good day, gentlemen. Please introduce yourself and any order you'd like.
Good morning. I'm Mitch Kamen. I'm the HACLA board chair.
Craig Takanaka from the city attorney's office.
Charles Slingstad from the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen.
Perhaps before we get into the discussion with the city attorney about the legal settlement, I can make a brief statement. You may recall when I came before you on August 17th of this year for confirmation to this commission, I was here because of my past public service experience and because I am extremely dedicated to the mission of HACLA and to serving the needs of the families that HACLA works with. I remain committed to that mission today, and at the time that I was appointed, had been asked by the mayor and remain committed to being a transformer of this agency, which is in serious need of transparency and accountability. The recent revelations of past agency expenditures and the discussion that has been had here today make it clear that there's a need for immediate and dramatic reform. The Housing Authority and those of us who you empower to lead it have a very special obligation to use every taxpayer dollar in the most efficient, effective, and lawful manner possible. That means that every dollar should be spent in the best interests of the families that we serve, period. The Housing Authority provides a final safety net for these families who are in need of affordable housing, and lavish spending on personal needs is totally unacceptable under any circumstances. We're putting a stop to it now. Later today, I will recommend to the board that it appoint Los Angeles Housing Department General Manager Doug Guthrie to serve as our interim CEO. I have the highest respect for Mr. Guthrie. He's been involved in public housing for decades. He was asked by the mayor of Chicago many years ago to come in to help the Chicago Housing Authority turn around, and we will work together to take all necessary measures to reform the Housing Authority should the Commission approve his appointment later today. These measures will include specifically working with the City Controller on an expanded top-to-bottom audit of the Authority's spending practices, which will include an analysis of the various agencies that are affiliated with the Housing Authority that were discussed earlier today. A top-to-bottom review of policies and personnel at the agency. Implementation of systemic controls over travel, meals, and the use of agency P cards, as well as all other expenses. And finally, a review of the agency's code of ethics and the implementation of new provisions to strengthen it. I, for one, believe that the Board of Commissioners should be under control and jurisdiction of the City Ethics Commission. I also believe that we should eliminate all staff and commissioner travel and in-town meal expenses, as well as other types of discretionary spending, unless there is a showing of absolute urgent business need to serve the objectives of the authority and the families that we represent. The authority also should dramatically curtail or eliminate P cards for staff and commissioners. A number of city agencies have policies and practices that we should examine and adopt. Regarding the audit, I have already directed the staff to confer with the city attorney and others to discuss appropriate measures to preserve all documentation that will be required for the audit, and the full board will consider the resolution to work with the city controller this Friday. It's on our agenda. Finally, we will continue working toward the appointment of a permanent CEO who we know will partner with HACLA to help us lead the agency in a new direction. I thank you for your time this morning and for your attention. I'm here happy to answer questions.
Thank you, sir, for being here and joining us in this very important issue. City Attorney, anything else you'd like to add?
Well, yeah, I'm very limited on what we could say publicly about any settlement legally.
Okay.
But I just want to mention that the $1.2 million that's been publicized, there's really two components to it. One component is the contractual component. That's the approximately $540,000 payout. The board was fully informed, or the previous board was fully informed of the consequences before they took action. The second component is the tort claim. And this is a claim that Mr. Montiel brought against both HACLA and the City of LA. So there's two claims that were out there. And that's a separate issue. That was resolved by Charlie Slingstad here, who handled the matter, and he could talk about what we faced on it.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
Thank you. My name is Charles Slingstad. I just wanted to make certain that the council knew that this matter was resolved for the minimum amount of money that the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles could be charged. The $540,000 was contractually mandated. The Housing Authority had a $250,000 deductible in the defense of the claims brought by Mr. Montiel, and it was going to expend those funds in any event. So it is out of pocket for what it would have spent, whether it had defended or whether it had settled with Mr. Montiel, because the litigation costs for defending such a case, which was both aimed at the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles and at the City of Los Angeles itself, was approximately $600,000 to $700,000. So when we resolved it, we did so with an insurance carrier, fully informed. It is a very large carrier. It settled this case before it was even filed in a rational basis and with justification and with advice given to it. So both short and long term, I believe. Unfortunately, the circumstances called for resolution of it, but it was resolved on what are extremely favorable grounds for the agency given the circumstances.
Thank you, sir. We do have Councilmember Zion in the queue, as well as Councilmember Rosendahl.
Thank you. Mr. Kamen, I want to acknowledge and thank you for coming up with some new ways to operate the department. One thing I would suggest on a new general manager they don't have a contract, so we don't end up with this again. All general managers in the city of LA, except the chief of police, are at will of the mayor. And if they don't agree with the dismissal, then they can come to the council and see if the council will agree with them. The chief has a 5-year with a 5-year renewal. Everyone else is at will. So I would suggest that be implemented to save another $1.2 million in case something happens in the future. And this whole issue about the nonprofits, I would examine that nonprofit because it seems a way to wash the money that comes in through this nonprofit entity where they can spend it as they wish. And maybe if they don't spend it, we'll be able to keep people employed to help the folks that need in the Section 8 housing. And the other question is, since it's a public record of the $1.2 million, that settlement, why can't that be discussed since it's already a matter that's been settled and discussed for the attorneys? Why can't we discuss that?
Well, I mean,
for example, what's the tort claim about? What were the issues? What were the concerns? It seems that some commissioners had some problems along with Mr. Montiel, and the question is for the public, $1.2 million is a lot of money if something was not done properly. So, gentlemen, not Mr. Kamen, thank you. You're doing well, the other two people. And I know you're an attorney also, but for the other representatives.
well, that's where I think we could go in closed session and discuss it.
But it's public record. So why do you have to go in closed session if it's public record?
But they will disclose what we faced, what we encountered, and
well, maybe the
that's
people should
attorney-client privilege on that.
Maybe the people should know what we faced. Maybe people should know the expenditures, the limousines, etc. Maybe they should know what the process was. I mean, if we settled it for whatever reason, there must have been a logical reason why we settled it, and I'm sure the public says, why did we settle it, and why did we have an insurance policy on an individual who was running an organization?
I think Mr. Slingstad can address that question to a point without waiving the attorney-client privilege. So,
okay.
The claim was settled substantially because there were two whistleblowing allegations. One was under the Labor Code, Section 1102.5, that required Mr. Montiel to show that he had a reasonable belief that he disclosed a violation of law to a law enforcement agency or to his Board of Commissioners. The second of the whistleblowing claims was under the California False Claims Act, Section 12653, that did not require a disclosure. It just required Mr. Montiel to prove that he had taken any act in furtherance of a false claims action against someone who might be responsible. In this case, his allegations were against the commissioners relating to some of these expenses you've talked about, and was relating to several conflicts of interest allegations involving several of the former commissioners of the Housing Authority.
Okay, Councilman Zine.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I was out with the yarmulke on doing the yarmulke, Hanukkah, so I got caught up and didn't catch the initial interest here. You are the chair of the commission?
That's right.
How long have you been chair of the commission?
I was confirmed by this body on August 17th as a commissioner, and I was elected chair in September.
Okay. And the gentleman with you, the lawyers?
Well, Mr. Takanaka's from the city attorney's office. Mr. Slingstad was private counsel on the wrongful termination action.
Okay, great. Okay. I was just back to my foundation issue. About 8% of the money in the overall budget comes from foundations. How do those foundations historically fit in, and do we have any way to appreciate and audit them for those kinds of outlandish and I think outrageous and just unbelievable expenditures?
I agree with your characterization of the expenditures and intend to have the controller's audit include the audit of all of those organizations that are affiliated with the Housing Authority.
Yeah, but that's been over 10 years they've been around, right?
I don't know. As you just asked, I've been there 3 months, but perhaps the city attorneys have more information
That's what I'd
on
like.
that.
City attorneys, explain what you know about those foundations and how they've been able to be, in my opinion, slush funds for abuse.
Right. I think my staff knows better, but my understanding of those corporations are HUD mandated that those corporations, as part of a program for a particular contract, that to administer the Section 8 contracts.
Why did they mandate something like that? I don't understand.
That was before my time, way before my time, but that was my understanding of it. And it was just that the agency just had to follow what they had to do in order to get that contract award.
Right. And Mr. Rosendahl, I again commit to having this analysis be part of the full audit. My understanding at this point in my tenure is that there are a number of different types of entities affiliated with the Housing Authority, some of which contract separately with HUD, the LOMOD agencies, and that's for providing management services on HUD properties. And there are others that are nonprofits, which are for the public benefit, for example, serving children who live in HACLA developments. And those engage in private fundraising to support their activities, which benefit the community. But I can commit to you to have a full report on this.
Okay, so
as
when we
work
get
with
the audit of
controller.
it, we'll understand how these foundations were
That's right.
used for limousines and fancy meals and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I can also assure you that no funds are used for those purposes now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, Councilman Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your direct answers. Thank you. And what is the procedure that is available to the board or to the agency should there be enough reason or evidence for a board member to be asked to resign or be removed? Do you know what the procedures are available?
I would again defer to the city attorney on the terms of our tenure. I know that there are procedures that can be taken by the city to remove a board member for misconduct. I don't know exactly how those are pursued.
Thank you. That is actually through the mayor's office, because these are the mayoral appointees.
But you just pointed out as a lawyer that there's a big difference between appointment authority and removal authority. Are you familiar with what the potential procedures, option A, B, C, or D, where a person could be removed? Obviously, somebody can resign. They put in a letter saying effective certain date. Thank you very much. I don't want to be a part of this. But when it comes to removing somebody,
yes, the Health and Safety Code, California Health and Safety Code, it provides for removal of commissioners on the Housing Authority, but it lists, and I couldn't tell you right now, but it lists reasons for removal that you could go under.
Okay, so first of all, basically what you're saying is in order for an authority, a housing authority, to remove a board member, to take action to remove a board member, it appears that there's a series or a litany of activities that they would have to have committed or what have you in order for their removal to be legal.
Yes.
Okay, because you can't do it with prejudice. A board can't say, you know what, we don't like you. All those in favor of removing so-and-so, say aye, and the president. There has to be cause, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if somebody were found to have violated the public's trust, for example, but not specifically internal policy, doesn't it get a bit, unfortunately, doesn't get a bit sticky as to whether or not that's cause?
Yes, I don't know if that would be cause.
So my next question to whoever can answer this is, so what we should be doing is making sure that the HACLA board in Los Angeles enact policies, internal policies and guidelines that can be pointed to and say, you have violated this policy or that policy, and therefore now you can be removed. But where it's broad, then it makes it harder for that to take place.
Right. I agree with that. And there is, in fact, a subcommittee that was formed at the last board meeting to address governance issues, including the issue raised before about whether we're subject to the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission, which, again, I think we should be. There's no reason why this historical vestige should be allowed to continue. But this is another excellent suggestion that committee.
Okay, well, so what I suggest, thank you, Mr. President, what I suggest is that you specifically make sure that the board follows through with those governance issues, but make sure that you follow through with creating your own internal clear protocols and responsibilities and limits, et cetera, so that this doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, Councilor Alarcon.
Yeah, I want to go back to those nonprofit agencies. Who contributes to those nonprofits?
Well, most of them are through contract. It's a contract with HUD it's really, what is it really? It's to administer those Section 8 contracts.
The LOMODs are designed to manage HUD properties that are in our community, and they are, through contracts with HUD, paid by HUD for those services.
So was this a model that was created by HUD?
Yes. I believe so.
When was that? Do you know? 20 years ago, maybe?
Probably.
Okay, so which administration would that have been?
Don Smith?
No, the president.
I couldn't tell you.
Well, I think it's indicative of the policy, but the idea was to move forward toward a privatization, and the nonprofit model was to assist in that transition. One of the reasons that we called and asked for Mr. Montiel to come to City Council was specifically to answer questions regarding these nonprofits. He did not come, if you remember, and that led to his demise. But these nonprofits are critical to the understanding of the culture of the agency. The concern I have is that we are creating buffers between the inner operations of the agency by establishing these essentially third-party organizations that are part of the agency, but it's hard to define them. But I also think that they're ripe for abuse, as the controller's reports evidence, because we don't have the same kind of scrutiny on those agencies as we do on the others. Mr. Huizar and I have introduced a motion that seeks to use the 245 process to gain more control, and we're asking the CLA to come back to see if that is possible. But I agree with Ms. Perry again that one way to do it is to change the fundamental agreement between them and us, so that we have more control. The sad thing is that we appoint the commissioners, we appoint the CEO, but we have little authority beyond that. But it should be pointed out that the political process is much more dynamic than the administrative process. And even though Mr. Montiel thought he could thumb his nose at us because there were no legal responsibilities, I think we've demonstrated that we could use political clout to get an understanding of this agency. I think for those that have come on recently, I don't know why you would volunteer for this kind of service in the aftermath of last year's experience, but I think we owe you a thank you, Mitch, for jumping in. Maybe we don't owe you a thank you for jumping out, I don't know, but we want this agency to work well, and not because we want to look for scapegoats, but because we serve thousands and thousands of people and families in these units, and it's important that we straighten this agency out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And no more speakers on the queue. Councilmember Zine to close.
Acknowledge the media for their cooperation, KCT and CBS. The problems that we see, hopefully, with new commission president, will be able to move forward. The working group will be established. The committee that Mr. Cardenas chairs will hear the matter that's pending. Ms. Perry, Mr. Garcetti's motion, hopefully come to a conclusion that we can bring an end to this type of waste, fraud, and abuse. And the message to other departments within the city of Los Angeles, if there's similar situations taking place, report them so we can make sure that the public dollar is spent wisely. So again, I want to thank you all for being here at the City Attorney's Office, from the outside counsel on this particular matter, because a lot of people were outraged when this became public. And Mr. Kamen, I think you have the capacity and the heart to really get to the core to make those changes that are necessary. And as far as the administration of that department, new leadership taking hold.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Zine. Madam Clerk, what's in front of us?
The motion as amended.
Okay, we have motion as amended. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. So, as a request to response to Councilman Rosendahl, we'll move to item 45, and we have a resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As much as I'm in a cheery mood today with the holidays, starting with Hanukkah, and then we're going to go to Christmas and Kwanzaa and a healthy and prosperous 2012, I got to tell you that this Nigerian government has done something rather dramatic, that gays and lesbians, bisexual and transgender people across the world are outraged. 2 weeks ago, the Nigerian Senate passed an anti-gay marriage bill that would bring the discrimination and persecution of gays in the country to new heights. This law seeks to ban same-sex marriages by making such unions a criminal offense. Under this law, gay couples who marry in Nigeria would face anywhere from 10 to 14 years in prison. The law targets more than the rights of gay marriage. It would make gay advocacy groups illegal and same-sex public display of affection a criminal offense, with offenders facing up to 10 years in prison. This bill, passed by the Nigerian Senate, is more than an attempt to deny gay marriage. It sets the stage for state-sponsored persecution of homosexuality. It labels us as criminals and threatens our supporters with jail time. Last week, President Obama threatened to cut off foreign aid to Nigeria if this bill becomes law. The U.S. government has said that the fight for gay rights will be a central point of its foreign policy. In fact, the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, last week in Geneva, got up and gave the first speech that our country has ever given, saying that gay rights are human rights and the whole world should respect gay people. Now I hope this president supports gay marriage so that we have the right of all the benefits that the word marriage gives. The City of Los Angeles recognizes and strongly stands for the rights of all oppressed members of our society and believes in the support of equal rights for all people. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl. We do have one speaker on the queue, Councilman Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank Mr. Rosendahl for bringing this forward. I think we have to acknowledge that beyond just what is on the table in terms of gay marriage, same-sex marriage, is the fact that people in the northern part of this country are actually being stoned to death for being gay. And everything we allow them to do as an international community in this direction will just continue to steamroll this deadly treatment of gays and lesbians in this country. I think we absolutely have to send a message to Nigeria. I mean, even though it's far afield, we're a city, they're a country, but I think with activities that are taking place that are so deadly, we absolutely have to go on record and have some hope that this impacts the issue from an international perspective. If there's enough protest, hopefully this kind of thing starts to begin to end in the light of international opposition to it. So I encourage you to take this action, colleagues. I think it's important that we go on record opposed to such a deadly approach to gay and lesbian individuals.
Thank you. We have a number of speaker cards. Mr. Rosendahl, do you want to speak first? Go ahead. Okay. Matt Dowd, if you'd like to come forward on this issue.
All right. Thank you. Yes. So, here's what I think about this. If we can get the sound, I think Bill Rosendahl.
Mr. Dowd, could you speak a little further away? We'll make sure it's just as loud, but it doesn't. Then the speakers are popping when you do that, and it damages them. If you can just get your face back a little further.
All right.
Thank you.
So I think Bill Rosendahl's overly gay-friendly, and it affects his performance in the position. And here's what I think. If I was gay, he might have settled my business already because he would have seen me as one of him, But no, I'm the opposite. So these are the kind of things that I think we're wasting time on, even though they're lovely and everyone agrees. And you said the federal government's already doing something. Here's what you should be more concerned about. When you're talking about heckler corruption, how you lost the quorum and everyone went out to light Hanukkah candles. One by one, they secretly left the room.
Sir, could you bring it back to the resolution, sir?
So that's,
we didn't. I was sitting right
there.
We had 10
people. It's like he's worried about something in Nigeria when you break in rules right here, and yet the item is about the rules and about spending the money, and you're getting up all aggrieved. But then you're just happy to leave the room and lose the quorum. I see Tom LaBonge down in an elevator on the first floor. It's outrageous. I mean, why don't you just
Sir, do you
take
have anything
a
else to
break?
say on this
no,
resolution?
we're talking about having your mind on the job that you're elected for, the city
Sorry,
council.
sir, that's not what we're talking about today. That's general public comment.
Yes, it is. This is what
Any further comments?
This is what he's spending time on.
Sir,
Okay,
last warning.
let me tell people he's spending time on some Nigerian anti-gay thing that the federal government's already got a big old handle on. Tom Koretz here, I don't even know his name. He's such an unknown right now in my radar, luckily. He says that they're already taken care of. And you're only a city, little city against a country. You know, Nigeria, we're pirates and all these things. Where's the anti-pirate thing from the city of Los Angeles? We want to stop ships getting pirated off the Nigerian
The next speaker is
coast.
Michael Hunt. And just for the record, when it was said earlier and this time, there were 10 members here. I believe you did not see me sitting in the pews when you said that, sir. 10 members have been here at all times, and we've had a quorum for this entire meeting. Michael Hunt? Not here. All right. Is there somebody? Juan? Okay. If not, Miriam Fogler, item number 45. Hold on. We have one more speaker. Ms. Fogler, my apologies before. I asked a few times whether there was a card for you. We're more than happy to take your general public comment after this as well. We did not get a card. Sometimes that happens, but we've been pleased over 1,000 times to have your public comment, and my apologies earlier. Go ahead.
I think you called her. Is he calling me or calling you?
I don't like the hatred of people because of their their origin and sex and origin. I think this is a terrible thing. People can have their differences and beliefs, but if you take it out on other people and their rights, to be able to live peacefully among us. And my clock is not moving.
Sorry, we're at a minute and 13 seconds. Go ahead. My
Okay,
apologies.
because you know how I was earlier. Because I'm not. I'm a very, very just person. I'm very kind, and I don't like it to take the matters like, people should be treated with respect. And it's I don't know this. People shouldn't be taking it out on other people. That's all I can tell you is that we should have peace and love and contentment in this life. My father says you should take each day and enjoy each day to its fullest because your days are numbered on this planet, okay? When you're gone, it's over, okay? So you just really need just to relax and enjoy life. Let's find the simple things and joy in life. People of all races, creeds, and religions, we should all be getting along. That should be the whole essence. That's why we're put on this planet.
20 seconds left, just to let you know.
I don't like all the fighting that's going on. And I tell you, Councilman Rosendahl, I love you. I love everybody. And, I don't know why there should be this racism that John Walsh was talking about. I have everybody that love each other and kindness. He's kind of a little bit misunderstanding about things.
Thank you. That's your time. Thanks so much, Ms. Fogler. And actually, I was told it was because your card was submitted at 10:45. We'd already closed our general public comment. But as I said, after this, I'll be happy to reopen it to hear a minute of public comment as a favor to you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I've asked three folks to come before us to just give us a quick understanding of this. Ali Balar, International Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission, which is frankly how I heard about what was happening in Nigeria. And then Eileen Ma, Asian Pacific Islanders, Equality LA, and Steve Simon, the AIDS coordinator of the City of Los Angeles. Please, would you start first, Mr. Simon?
Thank you. I'll be brief, council members. I recognize this to a certain extent is symbolic, but it is extremely, extremely urgent and certainly fits in with your history of protecting human rights and civil rights in Los Angeles and other jurisdictions. As AIDS coordinator, I'd like to point out that Nigeria is a PEPFAR focal country. The United States taxpayer has paid almost $2 billion over the last 7 years to support HIV prevention, treatment, and care in Nigeria. We have a vested interest in ensuring that HIV prevention, treatment, and care works. And if this law is passed in Nigeria, it will not be successful. It will severely damage our efforts internationally, and that does trickle down and impact us. I would also briefly add, as a private citizen, I'm president of Stonewall, which is the largest LGBT political organization in Southern California. We are, of course, extremely upset at the notion of this truly medieval law would be passed anywhere in the world at this time. And we certainly hope that the city recognizes that this isn't even really about marriage. This bill makes it illegal for same-gender people to show affection in public with a 10-year prison sentence. This bill makes it illegal to support, participate in, or organize an LGBT community-based organization with a 10-year prison sentence. It is completely unacceptable. It's completely out of line with this city's and this council's beliefs. And I'm going to ask you to support this motion by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, City Council, for having me. Thank you, Councilmember Rosendahl, for sponsoring this resolution.
Could you move the microphone down just a little bit?
Yes. My name is Ali Bulor. I'm an immigration attorney. Have been for the past 15 years in the city of Los Angeles. I do a lot of gay asylum-based petitions with USCIS. I'm a former co-chair of the International Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission based in New York. Currently, I serve on the Board of Trustees at the American Immigration Council. As part of my job, I hear firsthand stories of how these type of laws affect our community. I prepare my clients' declarations when they seek asylum. I hear numerous counts of rape, torture, lynching, murder, tragically too common of an occurrence. The respective governments and communities at large in these countries, they rationalize their behavior on variations of these very same laws that is supposed to pass and hide behind the veil of their cultures. As Secretary Clinton said, gay sexual identity is not a cultural phenomenon. And I come from a different culture, and I can categorically say that human rights are universal and are not culturally defined. Last time I was here, Council Member Rosendahl had sponsored another similar kind of resolution condemning the treatment of gays in Iraq. And there was a lot of talk back then within this chamber as to the relevance. Fortunately, it was passed, I think, unanimously. But I just want to revisit that just briefly. It does matter because after the resolution was passed, I was contacted, several months later, I was contacted by a young Iraqi gay man who wanted nothing more than just to thank me. He had no idea that a city far away across the world would actually spend time on how him and his community was being treated in Baghdad. So it does matter. It provides this glimmer of hope for people over there that somebody else cares about them, knows about them, and does something about them. I thank you for the time you've given me today.
Please, and Eileen.
Great. Thank you. My name is Eileen Ma. I'm the Executive Director of API Equality LA. We are a coalition that advocates for fair treatment of LGBT people. I want to thank Councilmember Rosendahl as well for your unwavering commitment to fighting homophobia wherever it occurs. And I also, on behalf of our organization, as well as personally as a lesbian in this city, I want to thank you all for hearing us today and for hearing this issue. For over 6 years, API Equality has provided public education on marriage equality and other LGBT issues in the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities in LA. Although our work is focused on California policy and communities in LA, we are here today because we want to publicly decry the Nigerian bill and that criminalizes marriage between same-sex couples. It was exactly a week ago today that Secretary of State Clinton delivered her speech before the UN human rights body, recognizing the rights of LGBT individuals as human rights and as one of the lingering global challenges for human rights in the world. It was historic in one way in that it called for recognition of LGBT equality despite differing cultural and religious beliefs. And sadly, in Nigeria, this bill shows how far we have to go and the stark realities that Nigerian lesbians and gays are living today. If passed, people's lives will literally be criminalized, and this is something that we want to stand up against. Hillary Clinton also challenged us, I think, to be on the right side of history, and I think this is an important opportunity for the City of LA to publicly go on the record and be on the right side of history on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate, colleagues, your support on this. Frankly, when I was a White House appointee with President Carter, I went to Nigeria. It's a country of 160 million people, and for them to even think of people like me don't deserve to live or to have my basic human rights is the connection of all humanity on this earth. We're all connected and we're all family, and as we enter the family holiday season, God is love, and if we don't have love for our own people, what good are we? So I look forward to your unanimous support of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rosendahl. For some reason, a few minutes ago when this dialogue started, I said to myself, I wonder if anybody here has gone to Nigeria. And you answered that question. Thank you very much. But also, I'd like to speak to what this resolution means for the people in Nigeria who agree with those of us who are going to vote affirmatively with this resolution. That it is not right for their government to condone those atrocities. It is not right for anyone to be treated in that manner. It is not right for anyone to have to live in any environment or society or home or what have you and have to be subjected to that kind of mentality and that kind of egregious activity. So I think that this resolution doesn't only speak to what is wrong, but also it affirms that there are people all around the world who know the difference between right or wrong. Regardless of what a particular government thinks that they have the authority to do or not, it's still wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Pizan.
Thank you, Mr. Eric President Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl, I commend you for your humanity, bringing this matter forward. I think Mr. Cardenas seconded it, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Wesson seconded it. And the community needs to know they have our respect. The community needs to know that we strongly support this. And when other countries want to terrorize people, the human relation seems to be washed away because they want to put something in place, discriminatory practices. So I commend you for testifying, for coming forward, and Mr. Rosendahl for your stand on this, for your commitment on this. And it's obviously another country, but it sends a strong message, and hopefully other cities across the United States that are concerned about human rights and dignity will join suit and support similar legislation, similar resolutions. So again, congratulations, Mr. Rosendahl, and thank you for the testimony, and thank you for carrying this forward to let another country know that human rights are for everyone, every individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. And we do have one more speaker card, but I want to thank you all for your time and for your activism on this issue. It means a lot to many of us who have worked for human rights and in Africa as well for many years. So thank you in making that connection here locally and globally as well. So with that, we'll take one more speaker card, and then we'll take a vote on the issue. Nadine Hayes submitted a card. We'd close the public hearing, but we're happy to reopen it to hear your comments, Ms. Hayes. Oh, well, welcome. That's exactly where you go. We got a little clock there to help you guide your times. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. First of all, let me tell you that I am an occupier. I know you probably say I don't look like an occupier. No, I don't wear the makeup and all of that. But I have learned so much with being with that group of people. And I have nothing but positive comments to make. And as a council, let me share with you one thing that they've enlightened me on. I thought that they were crazy when they would throw something out and say, all those in favor, all those against. And they would not make a statement or a decision until a consensus was reached. And I think that that's a great idea, that you need to be careful so that you're not treading on people's toes. In other words, endorsing the gay lifestyle. But I agree full-heartedly with the woman that said what we need is love. Love of mankind. It doesn't make any difference if the person is a felon. He is a human being, and we should all love mankind. And if we do that, we get rid of a lot of the grief we have. So I just say be careful. I mean, going against what they're doing, I'm full-heartedly for it. And like I said, this is my first time coming before council. But just be careful it doesn't step on other people's toes, because I do have a problem with the way things are going in the schools, the public schools, where the gay lifestyle is treading on the Christian value lifestyle. You know, it goes both ways, and sometimes they think that we're crushing the gays. We're not. I'm Mormon, and the gays have done graffiti on our buildings, and we don't hate the gays. We just don't agree with that lifestyle.
Okay. We had called Juan. Juan, thank you, ma'am. We had called your name before. I think you're out of the room if you'd like to speak.
Yes. My issue on this issue is you're talking about civil rights. You just kicked us out of Occupy LA with rubber bullets, beanbags, and you made it look in the press as if it was so a really nice this occupation. It was not. A lot of people got hurt. A lot of people got incarcerated. You're talking about human rights, gay rights in other countries? What about this country? Everybody's homeless here. What is wrong with you people? Wake up! Bill Rosenthal, you may be
Sir,
all
if you
the
can
gay
address
you
the
want.
council as a whole.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. You may want to be all the gay you want, but you're against the homeless in your own country. What are you talking about? People in other countries. People all around the world need a place to live. My issue is give every single human being a place to live, eliminate the landlords, and end the occupation.
Thank you, sir. If you can bring it back to the item that's at hand.
The item is
The item is the action to oppose the Nigerian.
everybody.
It's not quite the item. It's about the Nigerian anti-gay marriage bill.
Yeah, you can quiet me down.
I'm not quieting you down, sir. I'm just asking you to bring it back to the topic before us.
I am. It's about the homeless. It's about human rights all around the world. You have us homeless. You steal our money right and left. You steal our money every day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comments.
Steal our money. You
I will close the comments, so you're off topic.
You have a license to.
Thank you, sir. Respectfully, I'd ask you to please sit down. Thank you. Okay, please open the roll on this item. Please close the roll. Sir, if you're going to continue to disrupt the meeting, I'm going to have to ask you to please leave the room. Okay.
Mr.
Close the roll
President,
and tabulate the vote.
the man has been disrupting the council meeting repeatedly,
Thank you.
so I
That is the
request that
last
he be
warning.
removed
If you
from the
could
chambers.
please leave the chambers for today. Thank you, sir. All right, next item, please.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please. Thank you again to the folks that were here for that and for your testimony. Mr. Krikorian wanted to reconsider number 2, right?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's open the roll. Reconsideration of number 2, please. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That's reconsidered. You want to continue it to a date?
Continued until a date in January.
Let me see what dates
Maybe
we
the
have.
second week.
The 13th? Is that all right?
Be fine.
January 13th. We'll continue. That's,
Thank you.
That will be 30 days from today. All right. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Any other next items? Excuse me.
Mr. President, there's request to continue item 11 to January 10th.
Okay. Is there any objection to continuing that? If not, we'll go ahead and continue item 11. All right. We'll go next to other items called special. Item number 1.
Call special for cards.
John Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on this item. After that, we'll hear from Sean Murphy in Van Nuys. This is for the lien at lien against
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Last time I was here, last Friday, 9,000 successful server requests that day. Mickey's Pointed View, blogging, and Walsh Confidential. Number one is a hearing protest concerning building and safety. I'd like to point out that I have mentioned it. Just previously, a Mormon white woman got here and was allowed to speak for 2 minutes without mentioning gays in Nigeria. And then when
Mr. Walsh
came,
is not talking about this item.
It's racist, Eric.
Sir, if we can bring back, thank you. We're talking about the lien here.
And he didn't stop the woman for 2 minutes
Sir,
and never mentioned gay
sir, if I can ask you to please relax. All right, if we can please cut down the microphone because it's damaging the speakers. Sean Murphy is our next speaker in Van Nuys. Again, a reminder, this is about the lien at 11100 North DeHaven Avenue. We'd ask folks to please adhere to our state law under the Brown Act to address the items that are before us. General public comment is an appropriate place for those other comments. No matter how critical they are, we will always invite you and make sure that that is protected for you to give those comments in general public comment. Mr. Murphy.
He had to go, but don't forget about your promise of my right to speak on public comment.
We'll do right after this one. Thank you. Matt Dowd is our last speaker on item number 1 for the lien at 11100 North DeHaven Avenue. You have 1 minute left, sir.
Thank you. Yes, first of all, I'm very happy with Ed Reyes' performance as a council president, and I fully endorse him because he's fair and reasonable and doing a great job, and Eric's not, because he's not even listening. He hasn't heard a word I've freaking said right now.
Not talking about this
Thank you, Mr.
item.
Attorney. You screwed up, so you don't have the qualification either.
You're making personal comments. That'll be your last warning before we shut down under your ability to speak. Please give us comments, if you will, on this item that is before us. I'll reiterate that it's 11100 North DeHaven Avenue, and you have about 40 seconds left.
Well, you know, I'd like to make a general comment about Department of Building and Safety, because they're the one who imposed these liens against properties. And I'd really not like to address the specific one. There's about 10 in here, and they're all the same thing. So I've only got 1 minute. Let me say, call in the FBI on this one too, because these are the kind. This one here at North DeHaven Avenue, it's another $2,000. These liens, they put them out, folks, on these properties. And what they do, eventually they try to crush the homeowner and into relinquishing the property to the city so they can build more condos.
Thank you. That'll close our comments on this item. Let's go ahead and take a vote on item 1. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. We also have next item number 3 that was called special for cards in the public. Before that, I'd just like to open up general public comment for a minute from Miriam Fogler in Van Nuys, if you'd like to give us general public comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, but don't I get 2 minutes?
I'm sorry, you actually submitted the card afterwards, so I'm just using my prerogative as chair, if you don't mind to take a minute to address us. We still have some other items.
1 minute. Well, let me tell you, to start off, is the fact is I have to be a mediator between the politicians who are the Tower of Babel and the ruthless and the people who don't want to be ruled with law and order. Are those some of the Occupy people? The Occupy leaders have got to realize, you know, like the people who with the Tea Party, they conduct themselves in a more organized, civilized manner. You got to do the same thing. You got to follow the same manner rules. It applies. You're violating middle-class city workers. You're violating middle-class taxpayers. You're pitting against us like you're like a sandwich. You're sandwiching us between the poor and the rich. Please don't take it out on us workers. Those workers at the who work for Goldman Sachs, they're just middle-class workers. And for another thing is, I didn't get to speak on, but the CRA is going to continue their stealing, and we mustn't allow that to take away from retiree health care, and this to be reinstated until we can get this legally taken care of.
Thank
you.
you.
Don't forget we're special funded, Mr.
We'll take up item 3 now. Patty Garza is our next speaker on item 3, and then we'll go to Sean Murphy. Oh, I believe he's left, so we'll make sure if Ms. Garza would like to come forward. Thank you. Good morning. Or good afternoon, excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor. I got this compliance notice back on May 5th. They only gave me 5 days to take care of it. I went into the office and I asked them for an extension to see exactly what it was for. So they gave me a 30-day extension. I did the correction before the 30-day. I got a sign off, but then I get this package on my mailbox, and here I am now. The compliance has been done, and it's been done over the 30 days, and then I get this letter that I owe $2,200. That's it.
All right. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your patience. We have this item before us now, item number 3, Mr. Krikorian.
Mr. President, I haven't yet had an opportunity to speak with the speaker, so if we could continue this item as well, or just hold it on the desk for now, and we can come back to it.
We'll hold item 3 on the desk. All right. We'll go next to item number 6, which we have as well. That was called special for cards as well. And Craig Hardwick is our first speaker on that. Good afternoon.
I'm Craig Hardwick. I'm an attorney for the lender. This is a small matter. It's a $2,100 code enforcement fine. The fine is assessed against the homeowner. I represent J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, the lender on it. The bank would, even though it's not the one to whom the fine is imposed, the bank would be willing to pay that fine as soon as possible. However, the bank would ask that the 250% late charge collection fee be waived. That's $1,375. If the council would agree to allow that to be waived, the bank could, as soon as possible, in the next 30 days, pay the balance, which is a little over $700. That's our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy in Van Nuys has left. Is Mary Levesque or Barack Water here? Who would like to come up? Mary Levesque will be our next speaker. After that will be Barack Water. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, I'm here to protest the fines and fees that I've been told you are planning to put a lien on my house for. I would like to state, as I have in my correspondence to the council, that I was issued an order by Building and Safety and given a certain amount of time to comply with removing certain things from my premises. I tried to comply. I had a tenant living in 3 rooms of my home that I live in. I tried to serve this person and get him to allow me to gain access to that part of my home so that I could comply with Building and Safety. As a result, the party that was living there decided to change the locks. He barricaded every window, entrance, doorway to the premises, and did that for some time. I did not know what to do. I consulted with Building and Safety. They did not give me any advice how to react to this, so I called the police department. They came out. I wanted their advice because I really didn't know what to do in this kind of a situation. I suggested that perhaps I could physically remove one of the doors to the premises and then go in and comply with the order from Building and Safety. They said that I could do that, but that it would be a criminal violation, and if I did that, I would be guilty of breaking and entering, and that I would be prosecuted. I asked various people involved in the agencies doing this kind of work, anybody that I could. My attorney called Building and Safety the appropriate person, so we thought nothing was done.
If you'd like to conclude your sentence?
That's it?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Is Barack Water here? And then we'll hear from Mr. Rosendahl. Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, good afternoon. I have served as a handyman and sometimes caretaker for Ms. Levesque for several years, and I was present. She enlisted my assistance to help her to serve the tenant with notice as required by law that she needed to enter the premises. I was present when he showed up at the door with a camcorder saying he would call the police on her if she attempted to enter. He did indeed barricade the doors, and after he vacated, we saw the signs of where he had put up plywood. He did change the locks. The day after he vacated, she complied. She did apply for an extension, but the fact is that, and she got it, and she paid for it, but she was, in good faith, exerting herself to the full extent of her ability within the law to comply. And she was physically prevented by the renter who was actually attempting to perpetrate an abuse of the law to try to extort her for money. So Ms. Levesque was of the intention, strong intention, I believe it was 3 or 4 separate occasions we attempted to gain entry and were unable to do so. And again, as Ms. Levesque told you, the sheriff's department or the police told her that there was no legal way for her to enter those rooms without the tenant cooperating. So our hope is that you would reverse those fees, because had she been physically able, she would have complied immediately. That was her intention, and she exerted herself to the fullest extent that she could. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Water. Mr. Murphy, as I mentioned, is left Van Nuys. Mr. Rosendahl, and I wants to address this issue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate, ma'am, you coming up and speaking and the 2 people with you. We'll continue this item if I can get my support from my colleagues, and we'll get with you and see where we can work on this issue. Instead of taking action today, we will continue it till January, and I ask my colleagues for that support to continue this item to a date certain in January that I'll work with them about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll, without objection, continue that then until the January 6th meeting. And which one? January 10th? Which date would you like? Which date would you like?
I'm sorry, sir.
Is January 6th okay? Or January
16th.
16th. Got you.
Whatever the council in that week, I don't have a calendar.
January 6th we have available. That's the first week back?
No.
January 17th would be the first council meeting of that week.
17th. Okay. We'll continue till the 17th without
Great.
objection.
January 17th.
All right.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Next item is item 37, call special for cards.
Okay. Item 37 is next. Brett Terrell is our first speaker. Is Brett Terrell still here? No? Okay. And Mr. Dowd had expired his maximum time, but we'll make sure that goes into the record. If nobody wishes to be heard on 37 from the council, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that was approved. There was a general speaker card from Mr. Dowd. Happy to reopen that, but I think he's left as well, so we'll enter that into the record. Next item, please.
Item 35, call special for card.
All right, item 35. We have a card from John Walsh. Come on down, Mr. Walsh. Okay, he passes. And then Miriam Fogler in Van Nuys. Ms. Fogler, are you still? I think she may have left. So we'll close the public hearing on 35. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote on 35.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 38, call special for cards.
Mr. Walsh, item 38. And Mr. Dowd also had a card in, which we'll enter into the record. You have 1 minute left, sir.
John Walsh, we put up a new posting yesterday, Google Walsh Confidential or Mickey, M-I-K-I, Pointed View. You know, this city council has lasted for, how old is this city? 200 years old? Whatever. Without a special LAPD liaison, a sworn officer. We're going to take an officer off the street to be our liaison. But if you do, here's the number one question. How, at the corner of Sunset and Vine, does a black man get 3 bullets in the head and the LAPD says there were random shots and that the reason was he had a fight with his girlfriend. You know, thousands of people had a fight with their girlfriend. They don't kill black people on Sunset and Vine. The reason he killed a black person is that he was a Nazi. And you
Sir,
know
could you bring this back to the liaison, please? Sir. All right. Just for the record, this is a position that has existed for many years. Mr. Zion, would you like to address this?
Clarification. This is a position that is liaison between the City Council and the Office of the Chief of Police. It's been in place for many years. And what this will do is actually save us money, because the individual with the experience will be retiring. He will come back as a civilian. to maintain that liaison between this city council and the Office of the Chief of Police. I know there's waste, fraud, and abuse, but I don't know if it is in this particular case, Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas?
Is just on your time, if you don't mind, who this liaison? Who is it?
Well, it's Harrietto. He's a detective.
So
with
he
the
gets
Los
paid to
Angeles
be
Fire.
on the phone, or he's supposed to be paying attention to what we're doing here?
He's on the phone probably briefing the chief of police on what is happening, so when you leave the building, you may be encountered by an officer of the law.
Okay. Well, is there room in the budget for him to have a cell phone? Because he's using our phone.
Well, his job is when we have issues and concerns, we have direct liaison with the Office of Chief of Police. Anytime there's an issue that we need answer to 24 hours a day, and I've called him off hours.
If we need more time to sort this out, we can continue this for a while. I mean,
well, you know, we may want to continue it for till after the New Year's, but I think
or send it to Public Safety. Mr. Englander seems eager to hear it.
We could send it to Public Safety too. But Mitch Englander, our Public Safety chair, is not here. Maybe he wants to participate, so we may want to send it to Public Safety and have a hearing in Public Safety, and also the Police Commissioner may want to weigh into it.
Public Works wants
All right. Well, let's see what
Public Works wants to
let's
weigh
see what
into
Mr. Reyes has to say. Mr. Reyes.
Public comment and reach out to all the neighborhood councils and
Okay.
get a consensus.
Well, we could put this on. You know, we're doing hearings for the redistricting. We could just add this
Citywide neighborhood councils.
on the redistricting hearings in the 15 council. Mr. Labange, do you have some opinions on this?
We should call for the question because it's a fine young man who will continue his service.
Well, calling for the question with a little bit of editorial technically isn't calling for the question. So does anybody else wish to be heard on this? Okay, if not, that is what we have before us. Let's go ahead. We'll take an initial vote. This requires a 4/5 majority on the third reading. But let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That initially passes. But Mr. Cardenas, hold on 1 second before we celebrate.
I'd like to move to reconsider. I think this may be a perfect example of waste, fraud, and abuse.
Okay, there's been a motion to reconsider. Let's go ahead and open the roll on reconsideration on this item. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that's back before us. If there's more dialogue, Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Appeal to the wise council to see if he could sway them. Because I can't overcome that one from Mr. Cardenas.
Who is he?
I don't know.
He's the mystery man.
All right. Do we have a recommendation on this, or did this come without a recommendation from the CLA? Yeah. Well, let's see if we can get Chief Beck maybe in to answer some questions. Has he been affiliated with the Housing Authority ever?
In the center for questions.
Well, why don't we take another vote on this? We'll see if people still feel as strongly. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
All right. That does go by, but just by a bit. We look forward to you serving 14 council districts with incredibly
I thought
good
you were going to all
service.
vote that way.
And that is approved. Next item, please.
Item 44, call special for cards.
All right. Item 44. Mr. Walsh is the end of his time, so we'll make sure that gets into the record. Go ahead and prepare the roll on item 44, and please tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. We still have item number 3. Is that right? Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like the matter to be continued to a date in January, the same date as the other one would be fine.
Okay, January 17th?
Would be fine.
All right, we'll go ahead and continue that till January. Sorry? Oh, your other one was the 13th. You want to do those together?
Sorry?
You mean your other one or the one Mr. Rosendahl continued? The same date as the other one you continued?
Do you have a preference?
13th.
13th? 13th
Okay, we'll
it
do it
is.
13th, 30 days from today. Without objection, we'll continue that. Yes, Mr. Zine.
For the record, I'd like to amend my vote.
I'm sorry, that will require suspension of the rules, and I don't think you can carry that.
Well, I think you
But,
folks were going to do what I did, but you didn't.
Well,
You tricked me.
you'll have to live with that. It's not the first time we've tricked you, Mr. Zine, and it won't be the last. All right, with that, let's go ahead and next order of business, please.
Mr. President, a special one motion has been circulated. The City Attorney will speak to the findings.
All right, Mr. City Attorney. Long speech from the City Attorney.
Since the posting of today's agenda, the City Council has been made aware of the City Attorney's Office filing a complaint entitled In Re Adult Film Industry, etc. Immediate action is required to be briefed by the City Attorney's Office in closed session before the Council recess and to give direction to the City Attorney in the litigation. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion. If Council does make those findings, Council may recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.7 and 54956.9A and or C to discuss with legal counsel the case entitled In Re Adult Film Industry Use of Condoms Film Permits Initiative Ordinance, LASC case BC 474838.
Anybody else on the findings? Mr. Kretz, you want to speak on the substance or the findings? The findings, Mr. Kretz.
I wanted to note that my office and others received the information that the City Attorney's Office was filing suit to essentially overturn the will of the people in filing over 70,000 signatures for a ballot initiative. And I believe that that's something that should be at least discussed by the council rather than just having the city attorney set that policy on such a dramatic issue. But clearly we wouldn't have the ability to do so without making these findings.
On the findings, Mr. Rosendahl, or do you want on substance? Okay. So let's go ahead and open the roll on the findings. Sure, this is just on the findings, and then when we get to that, we'll take public comment on the substance. That's how the rules work. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. That is now before us. Mr. Rosendahl is our first speaker.
Comment. AIDS Healthcare Foundation is an organization that's worldwide, and out of great respect for their leadership, and I've had an informal conversation with the City Attorney's Office since then. I look forward to that closed session opportunity to talk more. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have public comment cards on this. Whitney Engren is our first speaker. After that will be Brian Chase. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen.
No, certainly it's been a lot of fun. Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the Council. My name is Whitney Andron Cordova. I'm the Senior Director of Public Health for AIDS Healthcare Foundation. We're here today to support the motion. The ballot initiative is aimed at protecting the health of adult film performers. This is a really simple matter. People working doing a job for which they're legally paid should be protected from harm. These workplaces are permitted. Their work is permitted as a film shoot, and this would require that there be safety procedures at those film locations. Just as the city requires monitoring and permits for a car being blown up on a film shoot, this would also require there be monitoring on this film shoot. We do not ask or allow construction workers to work without helmets, doctors to work without gloves, and we should not allow these workers to do this job without being protected from disease. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Chase is our next speaker. After that will be John Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Council. My name is Brian Chase, and I work with AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I also worked very closely with the proponents of the initiative that the City Attorney is trying to keep from going to the voters through a lawsuit that was just announced last week. The City Attorney has been on notice that signatures were being gathered for this ballot initiative for 4 months. Legally, the City Attorney could have filed this lawsuit at any time during that process, but instead, the City Attorney decided to wait till the 11th hour to try to argue for expedited briefing on an issue of serious public importance where the voters should be allowed to express their voice. 70,000 signers expressed support for this ballot initiative. They should not be disenfranchised. Furthermore, in this lawsuit, the City Attorney is claiming that the ability of the city to condition permits on following health and safety regulations is extremely narrow. A month from now, this council or the voters might pass a law conditioning film permit issuance on any other number of health and safety requirements. And the city attorney's action will serve as precedent any time a permittee wants to challenge those actions. If the city attorney goes into court now arguing that this city has a very narrow authority to condition permits on health and safety regulations, then you might be stuck with that argument for a long time, and it might come up over and over again when permittees try to fight conditions. At the end of the day, Ladies and gentlemen, 70,000 voters within the city of Los Angeles have signed a petition asking that this matter be brought to the voters. We ask that the city not block that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker is John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. We, new posting today, this week. We are 100% in I'm not speaking for AIDS Healthcare Foundation, 100% in favor of AIDS Healthcare Foundation. What they can't say, it's our nutso city attorney trying to take this off the ballot because he's running for DA and he wants to appeal to the white anti-gay vote. And for those people, you know, angry white guys, somehow he wants, this is insane. I'm telling you right now that Carmen Trutanich every day gets insaner and insaner. That's not grammatical, but it's true. HollywoodHighlands.org supports AIDS Healthcare Foundation. And as they said, he could have done this months ago. But he's doing it now for a strategic reason because there isn't enough time. Now, if you're telling me that you have to go in the back room to decide whether a woman has a right when she's hired as an actress to have her co-star use or a condom. I think every porn star has a right to demand, and I believe the city must demand, that the man who puts his penis in her vagina has a condom, and the man who puts his penis in a male backside has a vagina. Now you go in the back room and decide whether Carmen Trutanich knows what he's talking about. If you want to know what's happening in the city, stay at the late part of the meeting, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. And just for the record, because this comes up, the specific language was obviously quite germane to the subject. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our friends in Sacramento struggled for years with the issue of how best to protect workers in the adult film industry from the spread of HIV and AIDS. And while I wish Sacramento and OSHA were stepping up to the plate and addressing this issue, they're not doing so. And through our film permitting process, we can mandate that condoms be used in adult films. Counsel for OSHA has opined that this is legal and consistent with OSHA's role in protecting worker safety. Over 70,000 of our residents have signed petitions in support of a city ballot measure which would mandate this, which is many more than needed to actually put it on the ballot. The city clerk's office is currently counting these signatures to see whether they're actually enough to put it on the ballot next year. Now, personally, I favor mandating condom use as a condition of granting a permit to adult filmmakers, and I think we're protecting the public's health and safety by doing so. But more importantly, whether you agree with me or not on the policy, we should all favor letting our democratic process work. Let the city clerk's office review the signatures and bring the matter back to us if there are sufficient signatures. Last week, without direction from the council, the city attorney's office filed litigation to keep this measure off the city ballot. In the view of the city attorney's office, this is preempted by state Cal OSHA laws. Well, that isn't the view of OSHA's attorneys. If we push boundaries, it should be to protect health and welfare, not to run from a legal fight. We should not be suing to thwart the opinions of the people of the city of Los Angeles that signed this petition. While the city attorney's office has the power to file litigation, we have the duty under the charter to direct litigation, and I think we should direct the city attorney to dismiss this ill-founded lawsuit. Instead of litigating, we should be finding a workable plan to deal with the permits through the city attorney's office, Film LA, and others. It can be done, and we should be doing this rather than filing a suit to stop the will of the people.
Mr. Krikorian.
Well, I too very strongly support the work of AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I had the privilege of carrying their most important legislative priority one year when I was in the state legislature to ensure broad funding of AIDS testing. The issue that's before us here today is whether or not this issue is within the city's jurisdiction, whether on an initiative or not, to act on. And I'm looking forward to hearing the city attorney's report in closed session. I think we certainly should do that. But keep in mind that an action for declaratory relief is simply requesting a court to render an opinion, a binding opinion, on the law. Now, most of us here don't know whether or not this is preempted. Most of us are not. There's two of us are lawyers, and I think probably neither of us are prepared to render a legal opinion on whether this is an issue that's preempted. Our city attorney advises us that it is. A judge will decide that, and a judge will decide that on an expedited basis according to this action. If it is preempted, then we would be powerless to take an action, and it would be pointless to go forward with this effort. If it is not preempted, then we would go forward with the initiative. It would go on the ballot, and everyone would have an opportunity to vote. So I think actually it makes perfect sense to test the limits of the city's jurisdiction before the vote rather than after the vote. Because let's suppose the city attorney is right about that preemption, and we've put AIDS Healthcare Foundation to the task of spending the money to run a campaign. We've put the taxpayers of Los Angeles to the task of paying for a matter to be on the ballot. Then the city attorney is asked to go and defend that result in court after the fact, and then it's invalidated. And what message does that send to our constituents? That the money has been spent, that they've expressed their will, and lo and behold, it turns out that we should have known that we didn't have the jurisdiction to do that. So, actually, I don't think this is a inappropriate and it's not an inappropriate action by the city attorney to test what the limits of the city's jurisdiction. What we ultimately do on the policy, if it's within our jurisdiction, that's a discussion for another day. Right now, what we're deciding, or what's before us, is simply whether or not we should even ask a court whether we have the ability to do that. And I don't think that that's an inappropriate thing to do.
Mr. Reyes.
I think this is a very important issue. I had the opportunity to meet with Cal OSHA a few weeks ago, and they were very interested to see how we can work together. And I don't want to stray from the topic at hand. I understand what's in front of us, but I just want to ask the question, if we open this door, how do we follow through? How do we use our local and city resources to address this? Because it needs to be understood, and I would hate for us to raise expectations we can't keep. And so the notion of implementation, follow through, as well as understanding the rights of individuals, is going to be very significant here. So I just hope building and safety is listening, hope planning is listening, because we have to start raising those questions and come up with a strategy that's implementable. And I'm just hoping we don't open a door that takes into a place that we can't come back from. So I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that discussion. But it's a very important issue. We should address it. We need to. And I believe a multi-jurisdictional effort is going to be required between the city, the county, and the state if we're going to have an impact on this very, very significant need to address the health and welfare of individuals.
Mr. Krikorian.
There's a couple of, let's see if I can find the motion here. There were a couple of, the special one? If you have it, yeah. Thank you. So the motion calls for a report in closed session. I think that that's certainly appropriate. I support it. The motion also calls for immediate instructions to dismiss the litigation, I would suggest respectfully that I think that's premature before we've had a discussion in closed session to find out the factual background behind this and to hear more from the city attorney about the basis for their judgment and so on. I do want to say, though, on a I guess closely related matter, I think we do need to have a protocol in place so that when a situation like this comes up in which the city attorney files an action to test the limitations of the city's jurisdiction, that the council be immediately informed of that. I think that is important so that we do have the opportunity to weigh in. I don't think it's necessary for the city attorney in every case to get prior consent of the council. I think they couldn't possibly do that, because it's their job to take immediate action when necessary to protect the interests of the city. But I do think that the council needs to be fully informed of that so that we can take immediate action ourselves, either to support or to reject the city attorney's decisions in those areas. So I think that's worthy of further consideration. It's not probably exactly within the scope of the special one today, but I think that should be part of our discussion as well.
Okay, colleagues. We do have another person on the speaker queue. We have Councilor Labange.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian, you asked for the city attorney. The city attorney want to just come to the table? Do you want to go into executive session? What did you ask for? I'm sorry, Mr. Krikorian. What did you say?
Well, I was just... Mr. Rosenthal's motion called for an immediate closed session report, which this seems to be, since there's litigation that has in fact been filed, it seems perfectly appropriate. We can ask the city attorney, but it seems appropriate to have that discussion in executive session.
We're prepared to discuss in closed session any questions council may have.
So does someone have to move to go into executive session? Mayor, did somebody second it? Mr. All right, so I think we go into executive session.
Do we have one more speaker on the queue?
Do you want to say anything in open session right now? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Rosendahl, would you like to speak now, or do you want to speak after open session?
Yeah, I appreciate what Mr. Krikorian said. The closed session will help us understand that out. So, frankly, when it says that direct city attorney to dismiss litigation, that's premature, and that should obviously be part of the discussion in closed session. Thank you.
Is there any date?
Okay, so city attorney, do we?
In accordance with California state law 54956.9A and or C, council is authorized to go into closed session on this matter.
So we'll go into closed session. Any vote we need to take, we can take it after we come back. So we'll move to the closed session now. Should we clear the chambers or go to the... Let's clear the chambers for executive closed session.
property theft has spiked in the area the past year due to easy access for thieves. Almost 80% of car theft occurs because of unlocked doors. Locking your doors takes a matter of seconds and can become so routine that you may forget whether you locked your doors or not. But it's worth the effort to double check. The more successful thieves are at taking items out of a car, the more chances they are going to come back to that area. Don't let our town be that area. One simple precaution is to hide or cover any valuable items when leaving your car unattended. Simple actions like these can prevent you from becoming a victim of property theft. The Los Angeles Police Department would like you to remember, lock it or lose it.
investigating a series of bizarre and disturbing attacks that have left children in cities from coast to coast injured and fearing for their safety. As Global's Anna Gebauer tells us, the young victims were targeted simply because of the color of their hair.
They better Iqbal. We begin with an Eyewitness News exclusive disturbing video of a gay man being beaten in Queens.
The individual was attacked simply for his orientation, and we're just not going to tolerate it.
The word hate is just inexcusable. It's a word that shouldn't be used, and to hate somebody for the color of their skin is just not right.
It creates fear among all of the community members.
I think it's wrong how people discriminate against others just because of the way they prefer people, as in gays or just their skin color. It's wrong, and something needs to be done. A hate crime is any criminal act directed against a person based on the victim's actual or perceived nationality, religion, sexual orientation, disability, gender, and especially race. Examples of hate crimes include acts which result in injury even if the injury is slight, threats of violence that look like they can be carried out, acts which result in property damage, any criminal act or attempted criminal act, including property damage directed against public or private agencies.
The suspect can spend up to 1 year in jail, and if it's a felony, it could either be between 2 and 4 years for a prison sentence.
If you believe a hate crime has occurred or will occur, you are very much encouraged to contact the Los Angeles Police Department or the We Tip hotline. Public cooperation is often essential in solving hate crimes. We Tip hotline, 909-987-5005.
never had a traffic accident like this before, where a teenager has decided to run from the police and been struck by a motor vehicle.
5859 KF 5060, watch 3. 5060,
Curfew laws restrict the right of juveniles to be outdoors or in the public places after 10 p.m. until sunrise the next day. Such laws aim to establish a safer community and to better protect people from becoming victims of crimes or becoming involved in a crime. Most people don't agree with our curfew laws and would rather run the risk of being picked up by the police and ticketed for violation of curfew. However, they are more likely to run into the many real dangers that face us every time we go out at night.
We found that kids out so late are normally caught up in violence, traffic accidents, and that's no good. Some of these kids still they're not aware of the law, and they're not educated on it.
Drinking, drugs, sexual predators, and gang-related activities are only few of the dangers we face regardless of how young or old you are. If you are under the age of 18, this law applies to you. What happens if you are caught? You will be taken to the station where the ticket is written out to you and your parent or guardian are called to pick you up. If your parent cannot pick you up, you will be placed into a protective custody or sent to a juvenile facility.
Guardian at something like an event such as Grill Beach.
The guardian is not just someone appointed to by the parents. A guardian is someone appointed by the courts.
You can legally stay out late if you are participating in a religious, educational, or political activity, accompanied by a parent or guardian, going to or from their place of employment, responding to some type of emergency, returning home from school, cultural, or recreation activity.
And that's our message, is not only enforcing the curfew violation, but also educating them that they need to stay home and stay safe.
The curfew laws are not just here to protect us, they are here to protect the safety of everyone in our community.
property theft has spiked in the area the past year due to easy access for thieves. Almost 80% of car theft occurs because of unlocked doors. Locking your doors takes a matter of seconds and can become so routine that you may forget whether you locked your doors or not. But it's worth the effort to double check. The more successful thieves are at taking items out of a car, the more chances they are going to come back to that area. Don't let our town be that area. One simple precaution is to hide or cover any valuable items when leaving your car unattended. Simple actions like these can prevent you from becoming a victim of property theft. The Los Angeles Police Department would like you to remember, lock it or lose it.
All right, we're back on live at 3:01 on Tuesday. Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, the special one motion has been continued to January 20th.
Very well. Next item, please.
Council has motions for post and referral.
Post and referred.
That clears the desk.
The desk is cleared. Announcements, colleagues. Any announcements? Mr. Reyes, announcements.
We'll have the joint committee 10 minutes after we adjourn.
Joint committee, 10 minutes after we...
Plumbing audit.
It'll be approximately 3:15. Any other announcements, colleagues? Any events, announcements? Seeing none. Adjourning motions. Mr. Labange, Mr. Reyes. Start with Mr. Labange. Adjourning motions. Please stand. Adjourning motions, Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine, and all members. I'd like you to join with me, as we said the other day at our last meeting, Harry Morgan, the great actor, who for many, many years was Jack Webb's partner in Dragnet. He played the role of Officer Gannon later on. He was in MASH as a very special Lieutenant Colonel Potter. Harry Morgan, who I believe you and I, Mr. Zine, saw the unveiling of the United States Postal Service stamp up at the Police Academy just a few short years, lived to be 96 years old. He died in West Los Angeles. He's survived by his wife, Barbara, as well as children and 8 grandchildren. He was a very nice man, as we adjourn in memory of Harry Morgan, the great actor.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Mo Barragan. Mo Barragan was affectionately known as the mayor of Solano Canyon. He was born Moses Barragan in Madera, California on August 25th, 1936, and was raised in Madera, Gilroy, and Fresno. At the age of 18, while visiting his father, who owned the gas station in Lincoln Heights, Mo decided he liked Los Angeles and stayed. The year was 1956. He came to live in Solano Canyon shortly thereafter, eventually meeting his wife, Sadie, whom he married within a year of having met her. Mo and Sadie moved to a duplex in Solano Canyon, during which time they had 4 children, Mona, Johnny, William, and Danny. Mo was part of the city family who worked for the street maintenance department as a heavy-duty truck driver. Moreover, he was active in his union until he was retired at the age of 65. A beloved resident of Solano Canyon for over 50 years, Mo's advice and counsel was sought after by multiple generations in the neighborhood. He was a mentor and acted as a second father to many of the youth in the area. He was involved in many organizations and events in the neighborhood, and even though he was not Catholic, he took an active role in the upkeep of the grounds of San Conrado Mission Catholic Church. But above all, Mo loved his children, with whom he would spend countless hours nurturing and guiding. He also loved spending time with each of his 7 grandchildren. A member of the Majestic's Classic Truck Club, Mo took great joy in displaying refurbishing vehicles, particularly pickup trucks in the 1950s. He also expressed his artistic side with over 100 tattoos, including one depicting a rose in which the stem held his wife Sadie's name, and each of his children were the leaves. Renowned locally as a kind and gentle soul, his neighbors were happy to have spent time with him at the Solano Canyon block party just 48 hours before he passed. A good husband, a terrific father, and a great neighbor, the Solano Canyon community joined in offering our condolences to the family of Moses Mo Barragan.
Seconded by Mr. Huizar. Any other adjourning motions, colleagues? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This concludes this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. We'll return. Whoop. Mr. Garcetti, excuse me. Mr. Garcetti, adjourning motion.
Apologies. As was alerted to us earlier, we learned that Jerry Schneiderman, a real pillar of Hollywood, passed away December 7th. I asked that we adjourn in memory of him, a Hollywood business owner and community leader who passed away on Wednesday. He was a person who I met and a friend who gave me advice when I first ran for office, saying, I've been here in Hollywood for a long time, and he actually was the impulse behind taking the ordinance that had helped revitalize downtown with adaptive reuse of old commercial spaces into lofts. He said, bring it into Hollywood, and we did, and he was one of the first people to take advantage of that and to build some great adaptive reuse projects in Hollywood. He was the chair of the Board of Creative Environments of Hollywood, the chairman of Colony Bancorp of Malibu. His company's owner operate more than 500,000 square feet of commercial and residential property, and he managed and consulted with the owners of about 10 million square feet of additional space, 1,000 residential units. He served on the CRA's Planning Design Review Board, the CRA's Economic Development Committee in Hollywood, and the Board of Directors of the Hollywood Arts Council. He was also past president of the Hollywood Property Owners Association. Jerry graduated from Art Center College of Design, and during his career was recognized with numerous awards and honors, including Hollywood Entertainment Museum's Legacy Award, Hollywood Arts Council's Charlie Award, Hollywood Art Council's Charlie Award a second time, and Hollywood Heritage Golden Palm Award, as well as the Nelson Mandela Multicultural Center Humanitarian Award. He is survived by his wife, Pamela Motzer, and his 6 children, Mr. Josh Schneiderman, Mr. Zach Schneiderman, Mr. Jamie Schneiderman, Ms. Charlie Schneiderman, Ms. Suni Schneiderman, and Mr. Teddy Schneiderman. We've lost somebody who made a huge impact on Hollywood. May he rest in peace, Jerry Schneiderman.
I second it.
With Mr.
Seconded by Mr. Labange. Thank you.
And
Ms. Krikorian. And now, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This now concludes the council meeting for Tuesday. We will return tomorrow, Wednesday. Los Angeles, have a good afternoon. Signing off from City Hall.